Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third round live action of the Pune Open Golf Championship 2022. This is the sixth edition, and there has been a lot of inclement weather, that has caused some kind of delay in the first 2 days. And today we can see that a few players had to actually finish in the morning. They had to finish their second round early morning, start at 7 to continue with their third round. I'm Siddharth Arora, your co-host. Joining with me is Shaurya Singh. And here we are on the first tee with Aman Raj teeing off with Ajitesh Sandhu. So Aman Raj and Ajitesh Sandhu are joined by Mohammad Azhar. And this is the first hole at the Pune Open. The first 2 days saw a lot of rainfall at Pune, and due to that, we had a few changes that happened on the golf course. So, hole number 6 was totally wiped off, and hole number 5 today is actually played as a par 3 instead of a par 4. So, the golf course is playing as a par 66. That there's going to be something interesting because this is a small golf course, small track, but very, very interesting. And here we have this beautiful swinger of the golf ball club, Ajitesh Sandhu, with us on the first tee. Ajitesh and Aman Raj sitting at 7 under each. Here's a look at the leaderboard. We have Kapil Kumar sitting at 11 under, Veer Alawat at 10 under, M. Dharma at 9 under, Kshitij Naved Kaul at 8 under, and Thangaraja 8 under. And as I said, Aman Raj and Ajitesh Sandhu at 7 under each, with Akshay Naranjan and Prakhar Asawa. Pune Open Golf Championship returns for its sixth edition with a prize purse of 40 lakhs. The field has some featured names such as Udain Mane, the Olympian, Rashid Khan, Ajitesh Sandhu, Viraj Madappa, Veer Alawat, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, and Manu Gandas. The tournament is supported by the host venue Pune Golf Club and official hotel partners Crown Plaza, Pune City Centre, and associate partners Moonshine, Diageo, and Truefit and Hill. Tournament has a field of about 126 players, including 123 professionals and three amateurs to begin with before the cut was applied. There is, of course, the best Olympian Udayan Mane, the host of the city of Pune, is being represented by professionals like Rohan Dole Patil, Gurki Shergill, a former winner on PGTI, Praveen Pathare, Samir M. Sheikh, Rajiv Datar, and Sagar Raghuvanshi, and Sunil Baburao Galfade, as well as some amateurs Aaron Rocky and VP Vimal Dev. This golf course is spread in about 100 acres and dotted with majestic banyan trees with flowering trees around it. The course, which is one of the top championships venues in the country, is well appreciated for its water bodies and fast and true greens. The course has staged many national level professional, amateur, and junior events over the years. So it is an absolutely proven track for holding such a championship. And that was a near miss. Anxious faces here on the third day, waiting for the tee off on the first hole. This is the 10-10 tee off. Akshay Niranjan, Kshitij Naved Kaul, and N. Thangaraja. With the new additions of these golf rules, now you can actually use these measuring devices, which is, I think, really helped in improving the pace of play. And here is Ajitesh Chandhu eyeing down his approach shot on the first hole. So after a good tee shot, he has left himself a decent approach shot, which I think he would want to capitalize on. A cameraman trying to track the golf ball. Oh, that is a fantastic shot, like leaving himself like almost a tap in birdie on the very first hole. That thing, that ball pitched right next to the hole, just short of it. It had a chance of going in actually. Fantastic start there by Ajitesh. The next group waiting for their tee off. A little bit about Crown Plaza, Pune today. I mean, it's a perfect choice for both business and leisure travels. The iconic hotel is ideally located in the heart of the city, surrounded by Pune's best tourist spots, restaurants, shopping, and nightlife. Crown Plaza City Center boasts of being more than just a five-star hotel. The newly renovated hotel offers spacious guest rooms with a sleek decor and a breathtaking panoramic view of the city. Offering an outdoor swimming pool, a fitness center, and three dining options, the Crown Plaza Pune City Center is situated on Bund Garden Road near Koregaon Park, 6 kilometers from Lohegaon Airport and 37 meters from Jahangir Hospital. Punewala Business Bay is just 3 kilometers away. It's a perfect venue for meetings and events for larger groups. Also, within a close proximity to the Pune Corporation, with 7,298 square feet of meeting room space across 9 meeting rooms, Crown Plaza has the ability to host functions for up to 350 guests, including small and to mid-sized meetings of any kind. Plus, on-site certified director for who will help you every step of the way. Now that's an interesting way to set up on the golf ball. Looked like a very comfortable first swing. That's N. Thangaraja now on the tee. He's stocky built, very strong man. That was a great angle to look at the first tee, and there the group goes. That looks like a nice tee shot right in the fairway. We've had some early fireworks by Prakhar Asava, hitting a birdie on the 10th and an eagle on the 12th, getting him to a 3 under for the day and 7 under for the tournament. There was also Ranjit Singh, who's made back to back three birdies on 10th, 11th, and 12th, getting him to 6 under par and 3 under for the day. Aman Raj now putting for his birdie. Confident young guy, wonderful guy to hang out with, and has, oh, what a lovely putt that is, right in the middle of the hole. So that's a beautiful start to his third round. He's made a birdie. This hole being very forgiving today, and we see Aman Raj with a birdie and Ajitesh almost sitting with a tap in birdie on the very first. You can watch this coverage of the third and fourth round of the Pune Open on ABP Live Facebook page or the YouTube channel. So that is the group of Aman Raj, Aditesh Sandhu moving off from the first green after two birdies in that group. Mohammad Azhar just wrapping up on the first hole. Should not be a issue. Perfect. That's a good par for him on the very first hole, and the group moves on to the second hole. Behind them, we have Akshay Naranjan, Kshitij Naved Kaul, and N. Thangaraja. And now on the tee, the leader group, that is M. Dharma, Veer Alawat, and Kapil Kumar. The first hole is a decent par 4, 416 yards. Most of the players are going with an iron or some sort of hybrid to keep the ball in the fairway. Not a very wide fairway to hit, but gives you ample opportunity to set yourself for a birdie. And that's Akshay Naranjan getting set for his approach shot on the first hole. Decent shot, just came off a little short of the pin, just hanging on to that slope. Has a decent look at a birdie on the very first hole, Akshay Naranjan. That's Dharma just warming himself up before his tee off. Look at that. The look on the face says that he is here for business today. That's Raja, very cool and comfortable. Missed the ball a little short and right, short sighted himself. But no harm done. Should not be an issue to wrap himself for a par or even give himself a good try for birdie from there. Shit, there's no eighth call.
Now on the tee, soon will be the final group. It's been an interesting week thus far, Sid, with M. Dharma, Veer Alawat, and Kapil Kumar teeing off. This could be really an interesting tournament. We've been interrupted a little bit by the rain, and there have been factors which have aided, to make this tournament a little more interesting. I feel added a little more masala to the mix.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing certain names always on top. I mean, 2 weeks before this N. Thangaraja, he's becoming like a cool customer across every time coming up on the leaderboard. And yes, the golf course is playing a little different. As you know, the sixth hole has not been played anymore because of the weather condition in the last 2 days. And the fifth hole is a par three today, like it was the last 2 days.
Yeah, that makes all the difference. And as we have a look on our screens at M. Dharma, it's good to see him back in the mix. He had been struggling a little bit, and I was wondering that he's the one that has a solid game, should be back in the winner circle sooner rather than later. Let's have a look at him. going off with an iron. I remember playing this hole. We used to hit a rescue or maybe even a three wood, but that seems to be a lofted iron, I think.
Yeah, most of the players today have actually gone with an iron or a hybrid, but now we're seeing the leader group being a little conservative, going off with an iron, not trying to make any mistakes.
Obviously, the thing is that Veer could hit his 3 iron 250, 55 yards. So for him, an iron is like a 3 wood for a lot of the players.
It's a tall lad with a lot of power.
Players would be looking to hit a little bit of a low draw here, maybe try and chase it up with that 3 iron. I'll give you a perfect camera angle right here. So that takeoff angle, it took off like an aeroplane.
Yeah, that was a very strong setup, and of course, a strong built guy will definitely hit it long ways with his irons also.
Couple finally seeing somebody go with a rescue.
As Kapil Kumar with rescue, I think he started a little to the right, but bringing it back with a draw, as Shaurya mentioned, would be a great draw hole to start off with because that'll give you the perfect angle into the green on the first. And we saw earlier Aman Raj and Aditya Sandhu, the two groups before them, hitting birdies on this hole and starting off their rounds.
I remember back in the day, sometimes we'd get adventurous and maybe go with the driver here. This is a hole that if you hit a driver, you can get quite close to the green, but of course, it's fraught with danger. At the bunker on the left, the OB running along the left hand side. As you have a look at Kshitij in the first hole, rolling his rock, so as to speak. Unfortunately, it's not going to go in the hole.
We saw Aman Raj actually making his putt from the same angle. This one just left on to the right side, on the lower side.
Really interesting green here on the first hole. Very small target. I remember hitting it even with the pitching wedge is not easy, and it slopes off on all sides with steep embankments as well. So if you miss the green, unfortunately missing the putt there. If you miss the green, birdie is not guaranteed. I mean, my apologies. Par is not guaranteed. It's very tough up and down from around the green, especially if you miss it towards the back or the back left.
Well, we just saw N. Thangaraja missing it short right, and he would have a little bit of work left for his par after his third shot.
I think it's a very interesting leaderboard, the way it's shaping up. Players are going low. We've seen the likes of Ajitesh Sandhu, and there are a lot of good players on the leaderboard, so as to speak. You have, past winners. You have Kshitij Navid Kaul, who's been playing well off late. Veer Alawat, who's always there. M. Dharma. Aman Raj, who we saw the previous week with his own flamboyant style. So many good players. And obviously the international charge is being spearheaded by Thangaraja, who we see on our screens, has made that putt.
That was a comfortable par. I won't say very comfortable, but he would have preferred being a little nearer to his birdie attempt. But nevertheless, no harm done.
It's a festive season, a lot of fun. We really look forward to this season. There's a
Absolutely.
lot of positivity in the air, and the golfers also enjoying their day in the sun.
Akshay Naranjan here has a very unique style of standing over the golf ball. Looks a little more, I would say, mechanical rather than being a free flowing thing. We saw that on the first shot and now also on the putt.
We're seeing a lot of that. Players with their own individuality and different setups, how they go on about putting. That is a brilliant camera view right there. It shows you how steep that green is. So these players, with an after an iron with really not much left, to be honest. Obviously, that is due to the distance that they are hitting it. I remember hitting a three wood really down here, then maybe getting a sandwich after a good three wood. And I'm a medium length hitter, so obviously Veer is a very long hitter. But even the other players have gone well past that bunker on the left hand side.
Veer has
Well, it seems
and
they have to maybe contend with that bunker now.
Dharma seems to be a little bit in trouble on the left hand side. We have some trees lurking over. Seems like Dharma is looking for some officiating help, some official ruling.
Not sure what he would be looking for. I think it's in the bunker, unless it's impeded by something. I'm not too sure why a rules official would be called in this situation. The only doubt is that if it's embedded, but that's unlikely coming in from that angle of the tee. So I think the other players will go on about their shots while Dharma mulls his options. And just to tell you a little bit, this has been an interesting week so far. The cut has been applied at even par. A lot of the players finishing their rounds today due to the rain. A lot of the holes, few of the holes have been shut. We have been playing a par 66 on both days, and that's primarily due to the heavy rain. But it's commendable for the greenskeeping committee and the tournament staff that they've been able to get this together, and the course is still in a very good shape. And as we look at some of the big names, who unfortunately, so cut going at even par. Some of the big names, unfortunately, not able to survive that the cut. You have Shamim Khan. Rather surprising that he's missed the cut at one over par. You have Amardeep Malik. Then you have Mukesh Kumar, the veteran, also not making the cut.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, because
good
of the
morning to all our viewers. That's us. Hope you're doing well and really enjoying this festive season.
well, I think everyone is enjoying because of the last 2 3 years. Not people not getting an opportunity to go out. Everyone is going all out this year, and we're seeing quite a bit of excitement in the air. We're happy about golf being happening even after the very bad weather last 2 days. They were able to continue with the rounds and finishing the third round early morning at 7 o'clock. A few of the players. There's excitement, fireworks everywhere, and so are the fireworks on the leaderboard.
Absolutely. We want to see fireworks only on the leaderboard. Obviously, have a safe and healthy Diwali. Trying to use those environment friendly measures as we have look at hole number one.
Aman
So
Rahul,
coming back to the topic of good players missing the cut, Vikram Rana, Mukesh Kumar. Vikram Rana, a veteran golfer who's also a professional, turned professional quite late, in a decent professional career. Then you have the likes of Sudhir Sharma also not making the cut. So quite surprising that few of the good players
that was
unable to quite make the weekend rounds. As uh, the last week I was discussing with Rahul that you see the better players, they're always there. And we have a look at hole number one.
we saw M Dharma salvaging his situation, hitting it up just short on the right. That was a good shot for him from there. That's another
That's a
good
brilliant shot.
That's a great shot by Kapil, just leaving himself like a 10-footer for birdie on the very first hole.
One of the advantages that you have with overnight rain is that the golf course does become soft. In Pune, being a golf course that's not too long in terms of length of the tee, so it makes things quite easy for the players. They can actually attack these flags. Obviously, the preferred lies that would be there as well would be aiding these players.
The greens are definitely going to be a lot more receptive.
Striding down the first hole. So we had a total of 54 players make the cut at even par. And as we look at some of the regulars, we see a lot of players always in the cut line. The likes of Veer, M. Dharma, Aman Raj, Angad Chima. Good to see Maniram at 600 par. It's a brilliant player based out of Karnal, a veteran golfer. Not the longest of hitters, but he's a very jovial character. What he lacks in length of tee definitely makes up in a stellar short game. As we have a look at hole number two, there's it's a tricky par three. This one, long par three.
227, that is definitely a long par three. I think one of the difficult holes of the golf course.
Yes, it sort of breaks, turns to the left, and is downhill. The green is not quite visible. A lot of the players probably going with a 5 or a 4 iron, depending on where the tee is. Look, the Thangai seems to have pushed it to the right. You also need to really draw it a lot in order to get it onto that green. And once you do get it onto the green, it's not that easy either. It's a quick green.
I would say no par three over 200 yards is easy because that requires a lot of skill to get your iron playing right in the. You have to hit it really good to keep it on the green.
It's a group of Akshay Niranjan, Kshitij Navit Kaul, and Thangya Raja. That's Akshay off the tee. Let's see how he does on the second hole. Oh, look at that. What a brilliant shot. That felt so soft.
Yeah, and that way we can see N. Thangaraja's ball right down in the fairway behind.
You'll see a lot of balls being hit towards that side. That is a safe side. Players don't want to miss it to the left. You still have a chance to make par from that side. But I think Akshay's shot, to be honest, is almost a 10 on 10 with that flag where it is. Brilliant shot by him.
A little bit of wind, you can also see the flag moving from right to left. So, yeah, exciting day coming up.
Yes, a lot of good golfers here in the mix as we have a look at Dharma, who we saw in the bunker, doing pretty well. Should be able to make that for his par, all of about 5 feet, turning right to left. Look at Jamal. He's still there. You know, we spoke about him the week prior to last, and the last week also he had another stellar top 10. All kind of golf courses. He was at Panchkula, then at Chandigarh golf course. Now here, which is a shorter format golf course, he's at 5 under par. So, to be honest, my money is still on him. He's not won, but he's been there and thereabouts, and he's really riding that wave of good form. Is Jamal? As we have a look at the third hole. And some of the other golfers, you look at Arjun Puri, who had that fantastic week in DLF. You know, I can't quite get over how well he played there. He shot a 14 over the first day and an 8 under the second day to make cut at DLF. So that was one of the most interesting ways to make a cut. And good to see him here in a more conventional route, 4 under par after 2 days. Then you have Om Prakash Chauhan, another good player, solid performer is always there. Ranjit Singh from Chandigarh, the seasoned campaigner, pulling out a good couple of rounds. Rashid Khan, also at 2 under par, not having the best of days yesterday, but I'm certain that he'll have a fantastic day today. He's one that if he gives a couple of shots to the golf course, he always makes it up.
Yeah, Rashid Khan's already moved up to 4 under. He's 2 under for the day after 3 holes. I mean, all these international players who are playing on the PGTI today are definitely getting their name up on the board every week, week in and week out. And you can see with Mithun Pereira, Jamal just being there every single time, and N. Thangaraja. It is so good to see an international flavor.
Yes, this is the par 5 seventh hole. My apologies, I had got the hole wrong. You can see the players hitting their second shot.
It looked like Sudhir Sharma just not catching the entire ball on the face, leaving himself just short on the left.
That's a brilliant shot right there early in the morning.
What a lovely chip that was, just kissing the hole and missing it on the right.
Kshitij on fire early. That was a brilliant exhibition of short game. You know, that ball pitched in the right place. It also rolled in the perfect manner. It was not, didn't have too much spin on it. Very soft shot. Now let's see what Thanga can do. Can he also emulate Kshitij's shot? And Tharma likes to wear the red on the third day, and he's done that again. Has the toe end of the putter up.
Oh, just
Rather unfortunate that he'd missed his putt, to be honest.
wasn't in a comfortable, I would say, distance because it was a little beyond 5 6 feet and just turning from the right. And the jitters of the morning has got the best of him.
Good chip shot there by Thanga.
Both the players have given themselves. I mean, of course, Kshitij is definitely sitting for a par, but Thanga might have a little bit of work to wrap that up. Akshay Naranjan with a beautiful tee shot and a good chance for a birdie on this long par 3 second. Hoping for the ball to get up. And now, oh, that was really unfortunate. That ball just came out from the back of the cup. Beautiful putt there. He read the line perfectly and had the correct speed too, but just wasn't meant to be. It's Kapil Kumar for his.
The green's still in good condition, even the fact that they've seen some incessant rain. Still rolling well. Oh, just about missing it on the lower side.
And that was a
Nice couple.
good look at a birdie, but just wasn't meant to be. So he'll have to settle with a par on this one.
The players having to adjust to a different sort of a golf course. So some of the holes, the sixth hole is closed, and then you're having a par of 66. So a few things that the players are adapting to. Normally, this golf course plays to a par of 70, and you also had the players having to come back today to finish their round. So, uh, this is the life of a professional golfer. You have to be able to adapt, and you have to be malleable to the things that can be thrown your way because you don't quite know. Sometimes you have to get up at 4 in the morning, and like a lot of these players would have had to finish their round, then wait up, and then tee off again. So
Yeah, that's true because I mean, as a amateur golfer, you go up at the golf course and sometimes they tell you to go tee off from the 10th, you also get thrown off. Out here, they have to end up managing a 17 hole versus what they played earlier as an 18 hole, and they're okay with it. That's what professional golfers are. They can adjust wherever and still show you some absolutely amazing scores, and that's what they're doing.
the fifth hole is playing like a par three. It's a pretty difficult hole. Otherwise, you have the water there, so that's a little bit of a relief for the players. Hole six, the par four, is not being played as we have a look at hole number seven, the par five. There should be some jizz on this shot. Should be some spin here. Yeah, very nicely
Beautifully
done right
done.
there. Deft touch. Perfect execution.
He would relatively be happy with that shot, just leaving himself with a tap in birdie opportunity. And there's the leader group. Veer Alawat teeing off on the second, long par three.
Should be maybe a 6 iron for Veer. Seems like the tee is up a little bit, so maybe not playing all of its length.
He's pulled that one a little to the left by the looks of it.
That should be fine. That's a brilliant shot, attacking the flagstick right over it, about 20 feet left. That's the place you can only hit if you're a long, high iron striker. He's been able to pitch it on that back left portion and stop it. That's a really good shot by him. As we get back to hole number 7. That's another good shot by Alap there. About 2 feet left off the flag. This is, for all intents and purposes, a birdie hole. It's hole number 7 for these players. Ball not really crumbling on. Normally, what happens that you pitch it there and it rolls up. But obviously, owing to the softer conditions, it's the grass is able to deaden the impact a lot, and then
Well, looks like a decent place to be for a couple. I mean, a couple has left it just on the left hand side, and here we have M Dharma after a disappointing bogey on the first.
this should really suit his shot shape. Starting off the right, it seems to have started on the right line. If he can just draw that back, nowhere to be seen. A little bit of a mystery where he's hit that, maybe in the right bunker. So not the kind of start that you want. The first 3 holes are the ones that are tricky here on this golf course. If you can sort of go out and level par on the first 3 holes, you've done really well, I feel. In fact, even number 4 and 5. But obviously now that 5 is a par 3, that changes the complexion of the golf course a little bit, and 6 being closed. So that is the tough stretch of this golf course, the first 6 holes. If you can really conquer the first 6 holes, I think you can shoot a good under par around here.
Yeah, definitely, because seventh, eighth, ninth are more like a scoring area for most of these players. With seventh being only 511 yards, most of the players can easily reach in two and take an advantage of that. Also, the eighth being a relatively shorter par four, 386. Ninth is just 304 yards. So these 3 holes can become a good birdie opportunity for most of these players. First 5, 6, as already mentioned, they have to be a little more careful.
Varun, aggressive on that one. That should be able to make that one coming back.
Leader group moving down the fairway on the second. The golf course does look in a decent condition even after all that rain.
Yes, I think it's really testament to the greenskeeping committee, the tournament staff, and the entire management of this golf course, who've been able to navigate this rain and still give these professional golfers a perfect golf course to play on.
I would have to agree. I mean, I know the amount of work that goes into maintaining a golf course, and especially when you have such kind of weather conditions, and just making sure that it is dry enough for these players to play on it. I mean, definitely the greens are going to be more supportive over the weekend. With these players can easily stop their longer irons also in the green. But not many of them would require longer irons into the green.
And for those of you who are just joining us, we'd like to tell you you're live at the Pune Open Golf Championship 2022, being played at the Pune Golf Course, offering a prize fund of rupees 40 lakhs. It's a good part there, good birdie there. Back to the action on hole number 2. Dharma really having an adventurous day, and I'm sure he doesn't quite want it that way. The way you want a day to start is you want to hit the fairway, you want to hit the green, maybe make your putt, maybe not, and then go on to the next. And as you flow into the round, the last thing you want is to head on straight into disaster. Starting around early, making bogeys, it just, I mean, it kind of makes you. Puts you a little off that yes, I was not expecting to do this, and then you really have to focus again. You can't quite ease into a round when you're being pushed headfirst into the traffic. So, look at that! That came out like a missile from the bunker.
Yeah, I think he skinned it very badly,
That's,
and
this This is the last thing that Dharma could have wanted. I mean, I've not seen him hit a shot like that ever. I think I've not seen him. This is maybe this is that early morning finishing or something is off. Definitely the lack of focus and now, to be honest, he has his work cut out to make double bogey because we don't
Absolutely.
know where that ball is gone. It could be plugged in the other bunker. It could be in that rough, and you can see how it's affecting him. The body language changes, the shoulders slump a little bit, and yeah, that's what they say from.
Yeah, that was not a very difficult bunker shot because the pin was right. I mean, there was enough green to place the ball. But now it's going to be a very tough chip shot from there to say salvage whatever. And you rightly said that it'll be difficult to make even a double bogey from there because we don't know how the lie is, and it can be a.
As they say, thrown from the frying pan into the fire. No respite for him. This is going to be difficult. I hope he can somehow make a bogey. I think in times like this is where your fitness and mental perseverance will really be tested. Get up in the morning, stretch out, make sure that you are striking the ball well. Even a degree here and there can make a lot of difference. You hit a couple of bad shots, and before you know, you're on the wrong side of the green, and you could be staring at a couple of bogeys, and you get ahead of yourself. And that's why it's so important sometimes just stay in the present. And these players have been able to do it. We've seen, even in the tournaments past, that players have started slow, but they've made a comeback on the back nine. You don't want to shoot yourself out of a tournament. M. Dharma currently is at 8 under par, start the day at 9 under par. So, uh, you know, anywhere, just keep himself, try and finish the day at about 10 under par should be good enough as we go back to him. And he seems to be playing cross country here these days. It's a little almost like a case of pinball going from one side of the green to the other. So, this hole is not being kind to him in the least.
As you rightly said, double bogey is also work today. And starting off with a bogey, double bogey, will definitely throw you off your round. But we've seen people bounce back from there.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, he's a pedigreed player, but given the option, he would not want this kind of a start. That's the last thing you want when you're trying to chase someone. It's like, you're trying to enter a race and you realize you have a flat tire. Then you drive for a bit, your engine's given out. So you
True.
can maybe come around, but it's gonna be difficult. As we have a look at Mithun, the Sri Lankan. Not look at that reaction. That reaction said that he's probably missed the green,
Yeah,
but he's
but
at about 4 feet. So those are the kind of high standards that Mithun holds himself to.
yeah, he wasn't sure how that ball came off the face, but and in the end, the result seems to be very good.
It's a very makeable putt for Veer. Sort of flows a little from left to right. The greens are also nice and soft, so can be a little aggressive on this one. What a brilliant putt right there by Veer, making the most of it and holding that putt to move himself up to 11 under par. You can see he's a cool customer. He knows that he has a game to overpower this golf course, and he has a calm and measured approach that is required. And also, so does this man. Fantastic player, Manu Gandas. I've been thoroughly impressed by the pedigree that he showcased. He's been someone who's always been even keeled, very structured approach to the game of golf, not emotive at all. This is the kind of metal that you need to be a champion, not just in golf but in life. He doesn't seem to get deterred by anything. The only thing is, oh, what a brilliant shot! Just about an inch short of eagle. So we're seeing all kind of fireworks here. A birdie that we saw recently, and another given birdie there. And on the other end of the spectrum is the man in red and black who's definitely bleeding at this point. So not the kind of red he had wanted. Let's see if he can stop the rot with this bogey putt of his. Not to be. So Dharma would find himself fading in the background, now moving to 6 under par, where his co-player Veer Alawat has made a birdie. So just imagine how fortunes can turn in the game of golf. They were almost at similar scores. Now in one hole, one player has covered 4 shots on the other, and that's what the game of golf can do. So you need to keep your focus and keep sort of plugging away maybe when the birdies will come.
Yeah, that was a brilliant birdie by Veer. I mean, great shot to have that ball all the way to the pin high on the left, and then making that putt. Superb. And there we can see. Another stern-faced player just tapping it in. Manu Gandas. I'm still amazed to see the kind of emotions he has. He's absolutely straight-faced. There's no, I mean, you can't make out what he's thinking, but that's
I think
great.
he's, to be honest, that exhibits a lot of mental strength to be that contained. And some people mature faster than the others, and I think he's been able to really, take life as it comes and sort of accept it and go on about his goal. And that's what I like about him. It's not just in golf. I'm certain that he must be a very even-keeled, hardworking individual, even in other areas of his life. So it's not that easy to be that stoic, to be honest. Some people are more emotive, and it's always good to be true to yourself. But I would think that if one can achieve that sort of state, that you just go by a routine, have a very strong core, and I don't mean physically. And that's the way to aspire to be. As you have a look at Abhinav Lohan
Taking
using.
advantage of the preferred lie situation here, and he's got himself just a little bit of small chip shot, makeable one actually.
Yes, especially with the green conditions a little soft. So how that does change things, that you can be a little aggressive because the ball will not roll on as it does normally. So it's almost akin to playing a game of darts. Let's see if he is able to get the bullseye.
I dropped it, I think, a little
Yeah,
short, like
I
a
think,
feet or
yeah.
two short of where he would have
Not his
expected it.
best effort. Let's see if he can make that for birdie as we have a look at the leaderboard. A lot of red numbers early in the day. Udyan Mane, Syed Saqib Ahmed, Rashid Khan, Akshay Sharma, Pukrat Singh Gill, Ranjit Singh, Sagar Ragvanshi. A lot of these players are 1, 2 under par. Prakhar Asawa and Karthik Sharma, the lowest scores on the golf course thus far at 3 under par each. So, interesting day. I'm certain that we're going to see a lot of red numbers today. Brilliant putt right there by Mithun.
I think he would have left out his disappointment by his shot by making that putt, and
Mithun Da sharing his name with our famous Bollywood legend and great actor Mithun Chakravarti. So Mithun, we lovingly call him sometimes Mithun Da. I don't know if he is as good on the dance floor. I doubt that, but definitely on the putting dance floor, he had his skills on point.
like on his third shot, he almost looked like Hideki Matsuyama, like not sure where the ball went, and it was right next to the pin.
Yeah, that's another way when when you hit a good shot, you look so disappointed. It's on the flag, so it shows the high standards that you have. We're also seeing that Prakhar Asawa was able to eagle the 12th hole. So a lot of quick hot starts. That 12th hole is a par five. A lot of these long hitters are able to reach into. But I would think that it will make it a little tougher in these conditions. But they've done well enough to still be able to reach that into.
Yeah, but because that is a long hole, 592 yards, does not a piece of cake to reach into. But the eagle, we aren't sure if it was on the green and he made the putt or it was a chip in.
Seems to have come off a little bit to the left. That was a little bit of a jab. Seemed like a little bit of pull. Not his best,
It did
but
not look like a very smooth putt on that one. You're absolutely
yeah, a
right. It
little
looked like
jerky
a
motion was
yeah,
early in the morning, maybe, but that's all right. No harm done. Move on to the next hole.
just a little quick with that one rather than
He does have that kind of emotion, though. Very, very quick. Even if you see his backswing, he reminds me a little bit of Nick Price, the great Zimbabwean legend. So he has that quick tempo as you look at hole number 18. What a magnificent view right here, especially if you in the fairway, 220 yards to the flag. For a lot of these players, maybe even shorter. That's the shortest that I've had in my life. I think about 225, 230 yards. Hit a 3 iron on. But a lot of these players hit the ball really long. I know that some of the longer players like Weir could end up hitting maybe a 6 or 7 iron in favorable conditions. Maybe on a day like this, they would still have a 5 iron.
have a great round and choose the best ball on every shot.
I always look forward to playing at home. More than playing, I really look forward to spending time with my family because I'm traveling like 30, 40 weeks out of the year. So any day or days I get with them, I really look forward to it. And playing here is just an added bonus. Like most courses, like all courses, putting. And you've got to put the ball in play because the fairways are wet and you can easily get a lost ball, embedded ball. So chances increase drastically if you hit the fairways. The season has not been that great, to be honest, not like my past seasons, but I am just getting warmed up towards the end of the season, so it's the right time, I think. And the game is there, the mindset is there, the work ethic is there. It's just a matter of time till it all comes together.
Well, as an IG team member, we have been patronizing this event for quite a while, and the last event happened at the Crown Plaza, Chennai, and we're looking forward to it.
We are preparing for a very long time. Because of the monsoons, we had lots of problems with the course. But we were keeping our fingers crossed and wanted to give you the course in the best conditions we could give you. Because all the members, and we are very excited that you all come here, you get all the top players to play on our course. Our members get to see all of them. And we really look forward to you all coming every year.
I probably have more pressure on my head than all the players put together, because I got to make sure that 132, 126 players complete the first two rounds, apply the cut, and then go on to rounds 3 and 4. So my first target is to finish 36 holes over 2 days. And the way things are, if it stops raining, I am looking forward to just getting those 2 rounds out of the way. We start at 7 in the morning. It gets dark pretty early. It gets dark by about 5:45, 6. So I got to ensure that we do that. I got to ensure that the rains don't come again and hamper play. Otherwise, I'll have to just carry forward the game. It's a rollover. I don't finish round 1 tomorrow, I go in day after. I don't finish round 2 day after, I go into the 3rd day. So, things get too staggered. And you'll come to a stage where some players are playing about, 23 or 24 holes a day to just complete the morning round and start the new round.
Here at hole number 7.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, you could see walking by.
Very interesting group of Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, Jamal Hussain. Seems like they joined at the hip, these two. Where one goes, the other follows. Both of them have played so much golf together this year, primarily due to the fantastic golf that has been reeled off by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, and Jamal Hussain has been able to ride on his coattails and keep up with that blistering pace. And the third is Yashash Chandra, who's also planning to join this trio. I think this is great company to be with. Especially this kind of golf that these players play. I would love to have the opportunity to play a round of golf with any one of them.
Jamal still just making one blemish on the scorecard with one bogey, but both the rest of the players having all pars till now, and this a capitalizing golf hole for them.
Very handsy. Seems to have hit it a little bit to the left. So the hands going ahead and the body not rotating that much.
Didn't clear his body on that one. That's why the face took over a little bit.
This is the place of the game where Jamal actually shows his magic.
Absolutely. And I think Yuvraj would have taken advantage of his length versus now we're going to see some short game magic here with Jamal. Again, a very, I think they've got such good feels in their hand. The finesse that they have in their short game changes the entire scoring pattern and the difference between a professional and an amateur golfer. That's a low spinner.
Look at that.
and
Just leaving a little short, though not his best effort, looked really good.
Looked really good in the air and didn't jump enough as he would have expected, but did spin.
All of the players leaving it short, that's a little surprising. Maybe hitting a conservative second shot or not really bouncing on. Yuvraj, what I like that he's always under par. After 2 days, he's a minimum of 5 or 6 under par. You can see that he's been working a lot on his fitness. Obviously, a gifted athlete, nevertheless. That seems to be with a lot of spin. Should stop here.
Beautiful chip on that one. Really had the used the bounce of the club on that. You
Perfect
see-
technique.
Yeah, that was amazing. You could see the club sliding right under the ball and creating enough spin so he could actually drop the ball way up next to the pin.
Perfect technique that he had and was able to accelerate through the ball. One of the differences, I've started trying to practice a little bit these days, just that, we see so much golf and we feel that we also want to hone our golfing skills and improve it. I find when you don't play for so long, as you were just saying, the short game goes away. For me, the ball striking really does take a toss. I was never, anyways, a great ball striker. This was a part of the game that I really had to work to be good with. And now I find that the timing when that ball hits the club, it's not that easy to always catch the center, especially the longer irons are quite you can end up making a meal of them. So now it takes me back to the younger days when I used to hit so many balls, and that's how we used to get that timing right.
Absolutely, but with me the case is that when when I'm swinging it with full speed, I'm still okay. But hitting those 50, 60 yarders and having those the feel in the hand, I think that requires a lot of practice for me, and which I wish I was putting in, but I'm not. So whenever I go to the golf course, I'm actually embarrassing myself with these short games. And under 50 yards, I don't know what to do. So I try not to leave myself in such situations, but being golf and life takes over.
Yes, absolutely.
Jamal just eyeing down his putt for birdie on the 7th.
Should be easy for him, uphill putt. It's not easy to play week in, week out and keep performing at that level. When you play a tournament or over 4 days, you lose a lot of weight as well, walking around, and you also lose your muscle mass. So, from week to week, you really need to work on your nutrition. And also, if you do hit the gym, you need to do that so that you can keep the same consistency going as that was not the best part. He also seems to have tugged it a little bit, so to speak. Going back to the action here on hole number 7. unfortunately not making his birdie either.
Yeah, this whole not being that nice to the players. We saw two putts just missing right on the lip. And Yuvraj just cleaning up his birdie after that immaculate third chip. Perfect, perfect execution of that chip that we saw.
Yes, absolutely perfect. That looks like a nice, quaint view. Not the longest of holes. This last one does present an opportunity for birdie, maybe even eagle for the longer hitters. They can get there in two. Very important to be able to hit a draw drive on the first on your tee shot, so that you can get that in the fairway. I remember, the last tournament I played here would be almost, I think, 12 years. No, I think not 12 years. I think about 6 years ago I played a pro tournament. I think that the last time I played here. Very interesting golf course. I played a lot of golf here as an amateur. We used to look forward to this week because a lot of low scores this golf course would yield. If you can just drive the ball well, you would end up shooting a lot of under par rounds. Look at Varun trying to jog a little bit.
All of them actually, they're all trying to jump up and
You know,
run.
when you see a group do that, it's not that they're practicing their fitness. You will look around, there'll be a referee lurking around somewhere or the other. I know that from experience. When you're slow and you see somebody pacing it up, is because somebody in the group has taken a little bit too much time. And more often than not, that was me. But now I'm on this side of the ring, as they say.
Definitely smiles that we can see in this group and happy faces. That's always a good sign, you know. I mean, the group is, all the players are pretty comfortable with what they're doing. That's Anga Chima walking down there.
That seems to be walking extremely slowly, or maybe waiting for his co-players to, the third player to walk up. Angad has had a fine career, a very good amateur career, and then as a professional, I remember on his first few seasons he was ranked number three in India, but now that almost about a decade ago, has been very good since then. Always in the top 30, 20 of the PGT Order of Merit. Does play a little bit on the Asian Tour as well every year. I think he earned his card a few years ago, but not so sure if he has full playing rights this year. But he's somebody who does try and compete on the Asian Tour. He has the ball striking, but as they say, it's so crowded on top. You really need to be firing on all cylinders. Somebody like Angad does have the ball striking, does have the iron game. I feel that where he really does suffer is around the greens. I've seen him that chipping has been his Achilles heel for as long as I can remember, and he's a streaky putter, not always the best putter. And I think you need to add consistency with your putting game and maybe work on that chipping game and some around 30 yards and in. He's very good from about 100 yards because he has that compression and he's able to put those hands ahead. He has a lot of shaft lean when he hits those irons. That's why he hits immaculate iron shots. Maybe a little bit of improvement on the short game, and you could see him taking that game internationally. As we have a look at hole number 7, perched on top of a little hill here is our player. All up, just about leaving it short, and that's going to roll back. We'll give that A for effort and D for execution.
We've seen another eagle on the 16th by Pukrat Singh Gill. That puts him to 2 under for the day and 5 under for the tournament. So we're seeing some not just red numbers, but even below that. That was Varun out of the bunker, and we just got to know that Varun was, after winning a DLF, was taken on by MS Dhoni for about half an hour to talk about the mental aspect of the game. And that is something, I mean, that is such an opportunity that not many people can actually say they've got, learning from the topmost player in the world.
Brilliant shot there on the ninth hole, the short par 4. Sachin Bisoya there on hole number 9, playing alongside Mani Ram, the legend, a professional for so long, based out of Karnal Police Academy. We used to joke with him and say, "You're the long arm of the law, my friend. I can't beat you." Played a lot of golf all over the country. Really loves the game of golf, and that's what you talk about. If you look at that famous movie by Kevin Costner, Tin Cup, you see how the life of a professional actually progresses. In that movie, you see Kevin Costner starting from the. As you look at that chip shot, is definitely not what the doctor ordered. That's going to roll off. Lucky for him, it's a little damp. Otherwise, I would have rolled off all the way to the road. So
Absolutely.
that just shows you the difficulty on this green. You need to be precise. So short hole, but you need perfection when it comes to the short shots.
Absolutely.
So Rohan Dhole Patil really does have his work cut out from there. It's going to be interesting to see what he does as we talk about how Mani Ram has played over the years. And if you look at that movie Tin Cup, it tells you the journey. Although not every journey is as interesting or exciting as that one. But it does traverse a similar path. You play the feeder tours and you travel a little different to him staying in his car and probably practicing on his range. That's the stuff of what dreams are made of. I think if you look, that's just pulling it on the left. If you look back at the yesteryears and you see what these great golfers in the United States of America, a lot of these guys from America are some of the best in history. Arnold Palmer, so on and so forth. You look at Payne Stewart, who unfortunately passed away. So you look at the history of the game, and they came through. A lot of these players, they play all over their country. Some of them started on mini tours, and they stay in their van, do part-time jobs, and it's like a magical journey when it turns out. Obviously, not so much when it doesn't.
Absolutely. I used to work with this professional from America called Larry Dagenhart. Unfortunately, he's no more. But he used to tell his stories about being on the tour because he had no sponsor. So he was actually living off practically in his car from state to state, and actually living on his credit card most of the times because
Well, that's a lot. That's what a lot of people do there. to be
yeah, I
honest,
mean, they're living on the credit line, and they just want to live their dreams no matter what. But sooner or later, you realize that if you got it, you got it. If you don't, then you have to move on.
that dream can soon become a nightmare, my friend.
Absolutely.
But you gotta try, as they say. You gotta definitely try. Otherwise, you won't succeed. But
Yeah, that's I would say, like I would say PGTI is a great opportunity for a lot of these international players to come in because the overall cost of playing the sport here would be a little relative. Oh, that's a great part.
as we talk about the veteran on hole number 9, Mani Ram, cool as ice. Look at that. Look at that look that he's giving the cameraman. Yes, I know I made a birdie, but I walk in style. So let's have a look at. My apologies. Of a hole number 7 for Mani Ram. As we back on hole number 9, it gets a little confusing sometimes. But these are birdie holes. Hole number 9, 10, very short holes, and for good ball strikers, not really too much of a challenge.
After that chip, they did not, and
That was a brilliant try. Right
by
there.
Rohan.
Will make his par.
That was definitely a good try by him after that chip shot that went by all the way back of the green. That's just left with a tap in from there. Rohan was 1 over for the day and 300 for the tournament.
How would you feel if you get half an hour to talk about cricket with MS Dhoni? What would you discuss for half an hour? His super bikes, or would you discuss some of those helicopter shots, or try and understand how do you become mentally strong?
Well, there is no better example than MS Dhoni when it comes to mental strength. I mean, he has been a pioneer in keeping himself so calm and collected because to win the the World Cup, not only the 50 over ODI or the T20. He's done it both, and he's done it with creating the best team that Indian cricket could ever see. So keeping everyone together, from players like Sachin all the way to the younger ones like Virat Kohli, and leading them as a leader, he's shown his skills. There's no one better than Dhoni, I would say. And after meeting him personally, I can definitely vouch that one of the finest human beings that you can actually meet, and has the best head on his shoulders. So talking to him for 30 minutes, I'm sure Varun would have learned so much. It is.
Now, how much can all said and done, I feel like if you look at MS Dhoni, he's been a fantastic cricketer. From you've seen his. I have not had that privilege of having that conversation with him, but you've seen his biography, the movie, and you realize that he had that talent for the game.
Absolutely.
Strong individual, as you've stated. Is able to hit those sixes, and then you have to back yourself. I think eventually what it comes down in life, you must take that risk if you know you have what it takes. I think there's no point sitting on the fence if you know you can make it. Then you have to just take the risk, because if you don't jump over the wall, you'll never know the greatness that is on the other side.
Absolutely.
And I think once you do succeed, and I think for sportsmen, both physical strength, mental strength goes hand in hand. And I don't think you can be mentally strong unless you are physically prepared for battle.
Absolutely. And he stepped into the international cricket very late in his career, in the sense he was not as young as Virat or anyone who would have played international cricket, but he had that strength, as you said rightly, physically and mentally. And I would say, I would stress on to all the younger kids who are coming in, that focus on becoming more of an athlete first rather than only one game. Because if you can get yourself ready for playing any game, then your mental strength will go on. And if you listen to Will Smith, and he's a great guy to listen to his ideologies about life. He said,
yes, barring past incidents, yeah.
well,
Yeah.
that you can always have
Yeah,
some sort of
our job is as commentators to be neutral, but also try and sidestep landmines. But obviously, everybody does have the odd moment, and I think life in if you living life in the public eye, it's not the easiest thing.
No, but if you listen to his videos, I mean, if you go to YouTube and search about Will Smith's life, you would see that he talks about running and reading as being primary part of his life. He says, if you can run and make sure that you overcome your mindset that, okay, I'm tired, you would have a very strong mind. And reading, he used to talk about, because any problem in this world, there you're going to find a book, you're going to find an answer, because there's been thousands of years of life before us, which has been documented. So I'm sure you'll find your
I
trouble.
would agree with you, but I would say maybe at this point in time, don't run and read what he has been reading. But yes, run and read on the whole. And if you're playing on a golf course, try and run, because you have to finish the round in a certain amount of time. Otherwise, the referees will be behind you with
I
their
think
cards.
those old scary
Nightmares
moments
are coming
come to
back.
you.
As we have a look at hole number 7, there's a lot to read here. It's an easy par 5. You can just belt that first shot down in the fairway.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Will Smith had that odd moment, but nevertheless, he is someone who's talked.
Yes, obviously, yes.
He's got the right kind of understanding of life. After facing so much trouble in his personal life, and still bouncing back.
The one thing that actually I often think about in that life is that you're supposed to bring your A game every day, every minute. We always, it's a very good example. I'll tell you, if you ask me, if I have, if I say 9 into 2, 18, 9 into 3, 27, and I, count correctly all the way up to, let's say 63, 72, whatever. But if I make one mistake, if I say 9 into 9 is 40, you'll catch me there. So the thing about life, and I feel, I don't know if it's unfair, we can do great things 364 days a year, but one misstep is often magnified.
Absolutely.
And I don't know, maybe that's the way of the world. That's definitely the way of sport. You can play 17 great holes, but on the 18th hole, if you hit the water, I'm sorry, my friend, you won't get a chance. So it's about being there every moment of life.
And that's what greatness is made of. And that's what we saw as a mistake, M. Dharma making.
Look at that. That is greatness right there. Draining that part on hole number 7.
Like a 4-shot swing between M. Dharma and Veer was just an example.
Great putt by Pukhraj. Pukhraj, I've had the privilege of playing a little bit of golf with him a couple of months back, him and Arjun Sharma. And I was just awestruck by the distance that Pukhraj would hit the ball. I've never seen, like, I've seen a lot of players hit it long, but he's a tall lad, maybe well over 6'2", 6'3". He's able to launch that driver, pitch it about 310 yards with a high fade that normally takes about double the height of mine. And I was just awestruck. I think the way he's hitting the driver, even at Noida, the par 5 eighth hole, I've normally seen players hit a draw from the right. He'd stand left, hit a high fade, cut over everything, hit an iron, 5 and 6 iron. So that is how the game is changing. If you have players are hitting the ball that far and that consistently straight, it becomes difficult to beat them.
As you said, you have to get your A game no matter what.
Yeah.
So that is what makes this game even more interesting, because you're an individual who cannot falter any time of the day. Versus if you're playing a team sport, you still get that leeway of maybe not feeling that great that day, and maybe getting out on a duck and come back to the next match and doing something great. But here you cannot have a duck. You have to make sure that you're there.
Yes, definitely not have a duck and don't hit a duck. There are many ducks on a golf course in the water hazard. None that would be on the mind of Manu right now, as he's on hole number 9, hitting his driver into the left side and also following Dharma and hitting it over. I think so, maybe that's something with the wet
Yes,
sand.
absolutely. It's
the club,
compacted, I think.
it's more compact, and that makes the margin for error a lot smaller. So
I think the club is bouncing off the bunkers, so maybe they need to add more sharply into the shot. Here's a look on the 9th hole. Ball just running past. You can see the slope after the hole location. It just runs away. And there is Mithun Pereira. And that was Abhinav Lohan's putt there, versus now Mithun Pereira just lining up for his putt. That looks like a great shot on the 18th. The ball just going past the green. That's, I think, Manu after that bunker shot, overshooting himself. Interesting marking pattern on the golf ball. 6 dots. That's a good try. Ball just, as we see the slope running away, and the ball just running past the hole. But good try by Manu. Left himself with a little clean up putt here on the 9th hole. Although that will be for maybe a par, because he might be with his drive in the bunker on with the first shot. For those of you who are joining us right now, this is the Pune Open Golf Championship. This is the 6th edition of this tournament, and we have our leaders sitting at 11 under. That is Kapil Kumar, Veer Alawat at 10 under. Mithun Pereira has moved up to 8 under after a great 3 under round going on. And we have Ajitesh Sandhu sitting at 8 under with 1 under for the day. And Anand Thangaraja with a clean scorecard, all passed today. He's sitting at 8 under. And Karthik Sharma moving up the ladder with a 3 under round in the first 9, and he's at 7 under with Sachin Bisoya and Kshitij Naved Kaul. So this is our leaderboard at the moment. And we can see on the 7th hole,
Back to the action here. Looking at the 18th hole. We have the group of Ranjit Singh, Harsh Gangwar, Akshay Damale here on hole number 18. They're playing their 9th hole right now, making the turn. As you can see that golfers are able to finish their 9 holes in just a little bit over 2 hours. So the speed of play is not much of an issue here owing to the length of the golf course. Back at hole number 7. Oh, that's a brilliant shot right there. That's the group of Mohammad Azhar and Ajitesh Sandhu, as well as Aman Raj, who we saw not sporting a hat today. So that is a little bit of a deviation from the norm, so to speak. It's a little underwhelming to see him like that. I was expecting to see the hat and the glares and the other paraphernalia, but he seemed to have gone with the more conservative approach today. Spot should break a little bit to his left. I think he's got it, but not quite the line, not quite the speed. My apologies. So leaving that a little short of the target there.
and we see Aman Raj walking off from the 7th hole green. Ajitesh Sandhu lining up for his putt. Seventh hole, a short par 5. Most of these players looking to capitalize it. Great birdie opportunity this hole for most of these players. Let's see a splendid scorecard by Mithun Pereira, making 4 birdies on the front 9 and moving him to 8 under par. Veer Lawat just making that odd bogey on the third, keeping himself to a level par round till now. And Manu Gandas doing fantastic and that's a great putt by Ajitesh, right in the center of the cup. That's another birdie for him. What a consistent player he is. It is just fantastic to look at him play. Mohammad Azhar now just lining up for his putt. The other sitting at level par for the day, 6 under for the tournament. Right in the center of the cup, and here we see some little trouble behind the trees. That's Yuvraj Singh Sandhu hiding behind those trees on the 9th hole. 9th hole, a short par 4. I'm sure he would have gone for the green with his tee shot. It's probably left with a little chip from the left hand side. He would have liked to drop that a little further up. Just came up a little short, but nevertheless a birdie opportunity for Yuvraj Singh Sandhu from where he was behind those trees. Not ecstatic about his chip, but I think from where he was, that is wonderful to keep himself on the green surface. And we can see Karthik Sharma moving.
Back to the action after a little bit of delay, maybe caused by the rain, maybe caused by something that we know. But all we do know that we are back here to witness a fantastic shot by Shitij. Now with call here with that Bryson DeChambeau-esque finish that is I find it so difficult to understand how he would be able to coordinate that sort of a swing where the arms are so far away and just almost straight, no not much bend here in the elbows would really require for that core to rotate. But that's a strong man's swing, I'll tell you that much. Not for the faint of heart.
Absolutely. I mean, this is not a conventional thing, I would say. And what a
But a
great
very
shot.
conventional result right there.
Beautiful shot there.
He's seeing that the players are able to just pitch it on the flag and one bounce the ball is able to spin. So it makes things so much easier as you have a look at Karthik here at hole number 18, I think.
Karthik's really doing well. I mean, he's moved up the leaderboard. He's 4 under for the day and 8 under for the tournament. This is another name that we're seeing creeping up on every week.
My apologies. It's the hole number 7, the par 5, and Karthik has hit a good shot. Have a look at Thanga.
His bread and butter area. I think he's there. They're all so good with his short game. Decent bunker shot, but would have wanted it to stop a little earlier. And here is the chip by Thanga, and see how beautifully has he judged that, leaving it just short of the pin and giving him a easy chance to make that putt. It's amazing to see how comfortable they are with these shots. I mean, there's not much thought. They know what they have to do. The distance control is just amazing.
I sort of realized this, and it's something that I maybe now for the first time after about, I don't know, maybe 30 years of playing this game. I've realized this yesterday when I went to hit balls early in the morning before office. I realized that when we leave golf and when we're not playing that much competitive golf, this it looks very difficult how they can just stand up and hit. But if I look back at the years when I was competing as an amateur, as a professional, and when you're putting that effort, it comes automatically because it's like a routine. Like,
It's a daily job
so
for
when
them, yeah.
when you have done, and it's important that you are a range rat, so as to speak. If you spend a lot of time on the practice range, then these things come very easily. They don't think too much about the result because it's very mechanical for you to just do it. It comes as a second instinct. When you reduce the amount of practice,
Yes.
or you're struggling, that is the time that you'll see players taking a little bit more time. Otherwise, there's no reason to take time if you already know it.
Absolutely. I mean, I have a lot of players who come up to me and say, "Do you really need to practice putting?" And I said, there was a time when I used to really practice putting. I used to put in a lot of effort in improving my short or long putts or whatever, spending like hours on the putting green. And at that time, it became like a habit. So I didn't have to really think too much. And like a 5-6 footer would not be daunting at all. And I would suggest that to all the players. I mean, if you have 2 hours of practice that you can put in, might as well spend about 1 hour and 30 minutes on short game and just 30 minutes on hitting golf balls. So that short game will give you results in your scoring. And here's after that great shot, the putt left for on the 7th hole. Great putt there. Angachima here. On the 9th hole, a short par 4.
See, as I was talking about Angad's short game, he's always been one who struggled here. It's the first time I'm seeing him with the conventional grip, but that also looks a little, it just doesn't look that natural. He's really bent over that. And you saw that, the way it's not coming off that naturally, that movement, but he's hit a brilliant shot. Maybe he's improvised. There's not much of hinge. It seems like he's almost picking the ball up with the right hand. So it's something unique, and I think that's an area of his game that he'd really look to solidify. Looks like he's in quite a pensive mood, so as to speak.
I mean, that was a decent shot and left himself a great birdie opportunity on here on the 9th, the short par 4. Let's gets back to the discussion of how much time you should spend on your short game. I mean, the technique is there, but I think more the short game's to do a lot with the feel and how good you feel with your hands around the greens. And I mean, there was a conversation with Rashid that what do you feel on chipping? And he says it's almost like an extension of his putting because he's a very wristy putter. And he's like, exactly what I do on my putting is something that I do on my chipping. And I let the club head just slide under the golf ball, which he said it very comfortably and not the easiest thing to do, but he's made it look easy over the years. And that's why he's also such a great short game player. I mean, hits the ball well too, but what he does around the putting green is magical.
a look at Maniram here at hole number 9. We saw him make the birdie on hole number 7. Here he is on hole number 9, but this ball would turn a little bit to his right.
Let's look in the 7th hole. The second shot on that par 5. That's a great shot. Right on the putting surface, leaving himself an opportunity, I think, for an eagle from back there. And that was Veer Alawat. Veer and Kapil would have a test of nerves because they're someone who's, at times faltered in the final stages of the event. So both of them have a little bit of work over this weekend to maintain the top. Great putt there by Angad. He did capitalize with his chip, although not very conventional way of chipping, but that has worked out on his favor on the 9th hole.
I guess as long as it works, stick with it.
Absolutely. I've seen people using putter off to about 30, 40 yards also now. Whatever works for, you just have to get the ball next to the hole, and there is no picture on the scorecard.
It's a good birdie there by Angad on hole number 9 as we have a look at the same hole again. Back to the action here at hole number 7. We can have Dharma. That ball taking a drop. And I think now he'll be able to place that ball as we look at the 10th hole, the par 4. A lot of these players would be trying to drive the green. The drivable hole, you have to hit a high draw, and then you expect the ball to be somewhere in the vicinity of the green. Yashas a little concerned about where that might have ended up. Jamal there. Should be a perfect hole for Jamal. He likes to really rope it from the right hand side. Jamal currently at 1 under for the day. Jamal also 6 under for the tournament, making 2 birdies on hole number 8 and 9. So would this be the third? He really needs to get a move on if he has to contend tomorrow. Maybe get to at least, I would say, worst case scenario, about 4 shots off the lead. 5 at most. You're seeing giving it is all. Really has to extract all of it from that frame in order to get close to that hole. As we have a look at Dharma, who seems to have laid up on hole number 10. That's also an option for a lot of the players. Just lay up towards the right hand side to a comfortable yardage, and then you'll have some sort of a shot coming back. Not quite sure where that has ended up. I think he's on hole number 7. My apologies. So a layup nevertheless. Kapil here. This should be a comfortable chip and putt for him. Just keep it towards the back foot and bump it up, maybe a couple of bounces and stops right next to the pin. Should take another bounce and stop. That's I think you can only get that about a 6 on 10. It's not his best effort. Having a look at hole number 17, it seems, yes, on the back nine. The difficult par 4. We look at this at the leaderboard. We have Kapil Kumar still leading the tournament at 11 under par. Veer Alawat coming in second at 10 under par. And Ajitesh Sandhu at 9 under par. Tied alongside Ajitesh is Thangaraja also at 9 under par. We have Kartik Sharma, the southpaw, at 8 under par, who's made an eagle on hole number 10. So definitely trending the right way. You have a total of 5 players tied at 8 under par, namely Mithun, Kartik, Manu, Sachin, and Kshitij Navid Kaul. And the red hot Yuvraj Singh Sandhu is climbing up the leaderboard, signaling his intent. You know, he's someone who makes the tournament a lot more interesting. I just see him shoot low numbers, and it just gets me excited that he's going to attack that leaderboard with a low round, and you get to watch it live. That's what live golf is all about, witnessing some fantastic golf by our champion golfers. And for those of you wondering that you've tuned into ABP Live and you're not seeing cricket, you're seeing golf, the reason is that ABP and the Professional Golf Tour of India partnered last year, and this is the second year running that we're bringing you live golf from the Professional Golf Tour of India. You're seeing the best golfers in the country play at the best golf courses in the country. And mind you, Professional Golf Tour is an open tour. You have international world ranking points for the top 5 golfers, and you also have a lot of international players in the field. And in the month of January, if you fancy yourself to be a professional golfer, you can sign up for the PGTI Q School and try and earn your pro card and play alongside the best in the nation and the world.
That's M. Dharma now, trying for his birdie on the 7th, just missing it onto the left. After a disappointing start with a bogey and a double bogey, he has bounced back with one birdie, but now not getting another one on the 7th. Veer Alawat here eyeing for an eagle on this hole. What a fantastic shot he hit on the with his second shot on this par 5. Although Veer making a birdie and then a bogey respectively on hole number 2 and 3. So he's sitting at level par for the day, 10 under for the tournament. This can move him up the leaderboard. This is a putt for sole leader if he makes it. And there is his try, and that is, just misses on the left side. That was a beautiful putt by Veer. So this is for his tap-in birdie on this 7th short par 5. .511 yards, not the most daunting par 5s, I would say. And here's Kapil Kumar looking for his first birdie of the day on the 7th hole. Still sitting comfortably as a leader at 11 under, but with Veer almost for a tap-in birdie, we will also move on to 11 under. Kapil Kumar now for his birdie on the 7th. Wasn't very happy with his chip shot, just came out a little short because the greens are holding on quite a bit right now. And that also missing on the left hand side. Both the putts coming out just on the low side. I would be disappointed with that because that looked like a good putt. So he's going to stay at 11 under, and Veer will probably move on to 11 under for a joint leader. On the 10th tee, Angad Chima waiting for his tee shot. I'm sure he's going to be going for the green. It is a 322 yard And if most of the holes here are favoring a draw, so if he can hit it from the right to left, he could get close to this green. Although he has to wait for the green to clear up first. Angad Chima with 2 birdies on the front nine is sitting at 7 under for the tournament and 1 under for the round. Angad is playing with Mani Ram and Sachin Bisoya. Mani Ram making a couple of bogeys in his front nine and 1 birdie. So he's at 1 over for the day with 5 under for the tournament. And we're now on the 13th hole. So the 13th hole is a par 3 again, a 200 plus yard par 3. This group of Shravan Desai, Manish Takran and Arjun Sharma. A little up and down opportunity here to save his par. Yeah, that's a decent chip. Just left himself with an uphill putt for par. And here's Angad Chima on the 10th hole, really looking to rip this one and get it close to the green on this 322-yard par 4. And that's given it his all. Just try and talk to the ball. Not sure where that has ended up. Oh, to the left a little bit. He's pointing to the left, maybe has overcooked a little bit. That's Sachin Bisoya with Angad Chima now. Sachin also teeing off with the driver. Sachin Bisoya with a fantastic front nine. He's made 3 birdies and 1 bogey and sitting at 8 under. And that was Veer Alawat with his driver out on the 8th par 4, 386 yards. M. Dharma trying to get something going for him. He's 2 over for the day after making a bogey and a double bogey on the 2nd hole and then a birdie on the 5th. Missed out the opportunity here for a birdie on the short par 4 7th. Now Dharma teeing off with a rescue on this par 4. So he's moved up his ball all the way to the left hand side, so probably going for a draw. Hanging on to the ball to the right hand side, looking eagerly. Just looks like he's missed it to the right on this 8th hole. Wasn't very, and he seems to be a little angry. Did not really give his entire on this shot. Kapil Kumar and Veer Alawat now sitting at 11 under together as joint leaders. Veer making a fantastic birdie on the 7th. Kapil going with the driver on this one. Very short stance, not really widened up. Maybe trying to hit the fairway with a nice little. He's actually giving it all with that also. That's Ajitesh Sandhu. Ajitesh also sitting at 3rd position at 9 under. Oh, that one really checked this 9th hole. But the moment the ball drops ahead of the pin, this Green funnels down behind, so the ball does not really stop. I mean, he hit a good chip, did spin, but it just kept. I mean, I think it just dropped about 2-3 feet extra. That's why you could see the ball just rolling off beyond the pin, but does have a makeable birdie opportunity here on the ninth. Uphill, left to right putt for him. That's Mohammad Azhar from the left hand side on the ninth, and really going out with that bunker shot. And that's a beautiful shot from that long bunker approach shot for him. Left himself a good birdie opportunity on that hole. Those are one of the difficult shots that we feel about 30 yards, 40 yards from the green. Trying to hit a full bunker shot there. And we can also see another player on the left hand side, and that is Aman Raj. Oh, Aman Raj changing his hat to a normal cap. He always has his style quotient really high. And that's another bunker shot. Decent try, I would say. From there, and all three players looking for a birdie on this ninth hole, the short par four. Ajitesh Sandhu with his birdie try first. A little unfortunate there with his pitch shot. I mean, he would have expected the ball to stop a lot earlier, but this green funneling all the way back, so the ball does not end up stopping that early. We've seen other players also. We had a chip shot earlier which went all the way to the back of the green, but this is definitely a realistic birdie opportunity for Ajitesh here.
Should break a little to his right, but seems to have
That was
a little bit
nice
too much
aggressive-
speed on that.
Yeah, but I mean, it was uphill. He had to give it his all, otherwise it would have easily funneled to the right. That's a good putt by him. Unfortunate for it to not drop.
But I would think today the golf course is there for the taking, especially now with the sun coming out. So the first nine, the back nine holes are definitely the easier ones. And you have a little bit of sun. The greens will firm up a little bit, but the fairways will also start rolling. They're already quite receptive. So I don't think it could get much easier than this, to be honest with you.
We see Aman Raj going on changing his hats. Maybe he
I
has
think
a,
he heard us. We said that we're used to seeing him in the hat. And maybe that's what he needs to make a lot more birdies. He has been making a lot of bogeys today. Is two over pars, and maybe now he's wearing the hat. It reminds me a little bit of that movie of Sylvester Stallone, where he was an arm wrestler and he used to turn the cap the other way around in order to channel his internal strength. So maybe that's what he's doing. I think the name of the movie was Over the Top. Now that I remember correctly, he was a arm wrestler, and so maybe Aman Raj is trying to pull off a Sylvester Stallone here.
I would not be very happy with his round at the moment with one birdie. He started off great with the first hole birdie and then three bogeys on not the most difficult holes, because his seventh was is actually a birdie hole for most of these players, and where he's made a bogey, and this one is a good opportunity to get back one. and get back to 1 over for the day and 6 under for the tournament.
Fairly makeable putt here for him. Uphill would break a little bit to his left. The only thing you need here is a little bit of speed on that putt.
And he's done well with that. Great bunker shot and great up and down from there.
Maybe turning his round around.
Ajitesh is wrapping up for his par.
Some of the other players on the golf course, Syed Saqib Ahmed, Sagar Ragwanshi, and Rashid Khan have all moved up to 4 under par for the day. So
You can also see Udayan Mane making 4 birdies in his front 9 and getting up to 6 under for the tournament.
Udayan Mane also picking up from where he left off last week. Good form as we have a look at Varun Parekh here in the thick stuff.
It came out a little hot, and I think maybe because of the rough area.
I think Varun Parekh would probably have been there in two. This is the long par 5 for long hitters, still maybe a driver and a 3 iron, even in these conditions. For the medium to long hitters, a good drive, then a good 3 wood would get them somewhere there and thereabouts the green. But you have to contend with water hazard off the tee, and it's important to keep your drive straight, else you would end up going into the watery grave.
A lot of red numbers here.
As we have a look at that putt coming up. It's a group of Alap, IL, Varun Parekh, and Rohan Dhole Patil. Just about leaving that putt to the right. That is our first look at hole number 11, the par 4, with the pin on the front of the green. A relatively easy flag pin position for these players. A lot of these players would probably go off with a 4 iron from the tee and get a pitching wedge. Another manageable hole here. For the attack minded players, they can actually hit a driver, fly this hazard, and get close to the green. So many options here, and this is a golf course which definitely is one of the golf courses that is a risk and reward. So the players have many opportunities to choose the right strategy off the tee. As we get back to hole number 13, the ominous hole number 13 here is the long par 5. That is the unmistakable swing of Yuvraj Sandhu. That's a good shot right there. Over the flagstick, having a 12-footer coming back, giving himself a good look at birdie is Yuvraj. Jamal Hussain, a little further up on this hole. Seems to have gone maybe with a driver off the tee, it seems. And has hit a brilliant shot to about 3 foot short of the flag. And that should be a birdie for Jamal. Aman Raj, now as soon as he put the hat back on, he made a birdie. So I think that was the missing piece of the puzzle. He's gained a lot of distance as Aman. He's been working very hard, works with a speed stick, and still had a high draw here. So let's see if he has been able to do that on this instance.
He's been working a lot on his fitness also. I keep looking at his videos on Instagram that he's at the gym and really pumping those irons.
Well, that's what it's all about. The modern game is a power game. It's about hitting the ball further, higher than your compatriots, and at the end of the day, it's also about being the best version of yourself that you can. Because golf is a battle against one's own mind, and you have to master your own ability. As you have a look at Azhar would also be looking to hit a high draw here. That's the only way to get close to the green, but that's a very strange. That almost looked like a late cut in cricket.
Yeah, I mean, the ball
Or
did come off very
yeah,
high.
and high and to the right. So obviously, you have to ensure that you rotate the entire body. The hands are not going to do it. And in a shot, when you're trying to hit a high draw, it's all the more essential that you utilize the body in order to hit that shot.
I mean, it's everything. You need to have the release also at the right time, and of course, the body has to go through. If you want to score those red numbers, you got to do everything.
Look at the screen. The back left pin position on this hole does really make things challenging. The front center where it is today is rather inviting because you can afford to miss it a little short of the green, maybe a little left or right, and that still gives you a chance for birdie.
Absolutely. There are a lot of inviting holes on this golf course today.
Yes, the 11th is definitely one of them.
Yeah,
I think rain is definitely for a lot of the players. If you are playing through rain, that's never an experience that you cherish unless you really love adversity. And there are some of these golfers who really do excel in these kind of conditions. As Yuvraj seems to have hit it a little to the
Oh,
left
lovely
and
putt, man.
then
That is
back to the
tricky.
right and then in the hole. That's how you do it, my friends. Fantastic birdie by Yuvraj. So he's stepping on the gas. He's got the afterburners on. He means business. When he's around that leaderboard, we can feel it all the way till the commentary box. I'm sure the players can. He has that,
That magnetic ability to actually get you all hooked onto the game.
exactly, and Mithun has done it again, and it seems like he's hit it on the flag again, and he's thrown the club this time.
He's just gone past the flag and
Maybe from that range, he should have been able to get some purchase on, so maybe all of 15 feet. Yuvraj, like Tiger back in the day, I know it's a little bit of a misstep, and a lot of people might say that it's a wrong comparison, but it's not. Like if you are able to dominate your field and have that effect on the other players, that yes, if this guy is climbing up the leaderboard, he's gonna make a ton of birdies, and that's the feeling that I get from him that he is gonna make birdies, he's gonna attack. And the only thing is that whether you can do that on the other tours, it's well and good if you've done it here as you move on to international tours, can you dominate when everybody is as good or maybe some are even better than you in terms of ability and ball striking? That is where you have to get every ounce of your talent out at the fore.
absolutely. I think here he seems to be at a little bit of an advantage where his ball striking might be superior to most of the players. But the moment you move on to the international tours, ball striking is just next level with everyone.
Exactly. And that, you also, I'll tell you the fact that you also get a mental edge when you know that you are better than the other players on certain facets. Obviously, we're not saying that he is the best number one player. I think he is close to being the number one, but on all facets, there might be some players who, like, Jamal will be better than him, maybe in putting. Somebody will be a better bunker player. But when it just comes to pure ball control, ball striking, ball power, the way the ball is coming out, I think he is second to none. But it's important that at this tender young age, this is where, like what Shubhankar did, he was able to capitalize. It's easier said than done. And not that this week is done and dusted. If he can come back, and win this tournament from behind, that'll give him a lot of confidence because normally he wins wire to wire. And if he can do that, it should be really good as he
Yeah, he's not that far away because he's already moved up to 8 under after that birdie. He's just 3 shots shy of the leader.
As we go to hole number 13, the par 5. My apologies, the par 3 13th.
This is proving to be a testing par 3. I've seen a lot of players staying short and right. Yet again, long par 3s here, 200 plus yards, most of them. And this is a 209-yard par 3. He's done decent on this chip
It's a
shot.
group of Alap Ayal, Varun Parekh, and Rohan Dhole Patil. Good chip there by Alap. So obviously he seems to have a little bit of a miss hit off the tee because he left it
Way
quite short.
Yeah. And that's Rohan from the bunker.
That's not a very difficult bunker shot coming from there because the green is a little downhill from there. You just sort of pitch it somewhere short and let it roll up. Obviously, not the one that we'd expect to go over the green as you saw from Dharma. That was a lot more difficult in terms of approaching the flag. This is a little comfortable for the eyes, this shot. Now, should just roll on from here.
Beautifully
Yeah,
done,
but,
absolutely.
brilliant shot right there, but make no mistake, it's still a difficult shot. I mean, it's easy by the professional standard. And by the standard of these golfers who currently are on your screens playing the Pune Open Golf Championship 2022, being played at Pune Golf Course, Pune, with a prize fund of rupees 40 lakh. And currently, the leader who's leading this tournament is Veer Alawat alongside Kapil Kumar. And on your screens is Varun Parekh, the champion recently at DLF Golf and Country Club.
That's a chip shot by Varun. Shouldn't be very difficult. I mean, he's got enough green to work with, and he's going to try and make that one, or just leaving it on the left-hand side. And an easy tap in for him for this par. Again, par 3 is turning out to be a little challenging. It's difficult to stay on the putting green because you're getting longer irons into the green. All the players hovering around the pin. They've all come out very spectacularly from their positions to salvage their pars. You can see what a fantastic back front nine Syed Saqib Ahmed has had. He's made 6 birdies and he's moved from 2 under to 8 under for the tournament and 6 under for the day. That is some brilliant scoring here in the back nine, which was his front nine for the day. You can also see then Mane having a 4 under front nine for him, moving him to 6 under for the day. That's the putt by Alap, just wrapping up his. He's got the flag stick in for his par. Now Rohan trying to clean up his par. That was a good up and down by Alap. He's back in the fairway, probably miscued his tee shot on this par 3, but has easily made a par on this one. And now Rohan just eyeing for his par out of the bunker. It'll be a nice up and down. He did hit a beautiful bunker shot. Rohan taking his time, not wanting to make any mistake. And in the fairway, we have Kapil Kumar on the on the 10th hole.
As the sun comes out, you realize that this is the perfect condition for golf. The fairways would get a little firmer. The ball will roll more. As it is, it's a short golf course. Then you're able to get more distance. The greens were receptive. They will remain that way because the greens do retain water this way and they're not going to get firm just straight away. So it's going to make for easy pickings for these players, especially the power players. The holes like hole number 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16 also. 15 is the par 3, maybe you can excuse that, and 18. So there are about 6 very genuine birdie holes for these power players. As we have a look at Kshitij going with the 3-wood. He has the power. Look, he's unleashed on that and he's turned well. Looks a little exasperated, but I'm not quite sure where that's gone.
And now Akshay Niranjan on this 10th hole.
Akshay also going with a 3-wood. Yeah.
It seems to be a 3-wood, yeah, probably not.
So I think if somebody's going with a 3-wood, he's obviously a longer hitter, because that is 3-wood is almost no man's land if you talk about it technically. I mean, driver, you're going for it, laying up, you probably hit like a rescue or a 3-iron. So if somebody's using a 3-wood, he looks like a strong lad. I'm sure he's able to generate that sort of required power. Yes, he has given it a mighty whack.
It does look like a wide takeaway at the back and really goes after it. By not having the best round till now, the front nine was filled with...
Thanga Raja giving us smiles and cheers. That's what we're talking about. This man is always all smiles. And that's the kind of attitude you want. And that's the way that you don't let life wear you down. You enjoy. At the end of the day, it is a game of golf. I know it's the heat of competition, but it's still a game. And they're really enjoying it. Look at the flowers. As Greg Norman used to say, stop and smell the roses, my dear friend.
And then, I don't know if you've heard the recent interview or some conversation that Mr. Kapil Dev was having at the Akash Institute talk. And he was saying that most of these players say that they have pressure and whatnot. And this is
Dharma's day is going from bad to worse, unfortunately. He finds himself in places that no man has ever been before. It almost looks like that. Difficult day for Dharma. It'll require him to sort of hang in there. He's already 3-0 for the day, and the 9th hole is now he's going to have a few life choices in front of him. Contemplate whether he wants to roll it, because his screen is also really slick.
There's not much green to work with from there, and he's all the way to the back bank of the bunker, and here's Angad Chima with his putt.
A lot of break from the right. Maybe almost about half a club head.
I didn't really catch the line on that one, also the speed. Coming back to what Kapil sir was saying, that if you feel the pressure and you think there's too much pressure, then don't play, or rather just enjoy the game, because that's what the whole beauty of it is. Like we saw Thanga really enjoying his game and just have some smiles.
To be honest with you, pressure is a privilege. I've played I've played a lot of amateur golf and also professional golf, and I really used to look forward when I was playing well and you're around the leaderboards, the second leaderboard, you have people watching you. You really do like that. That's why you are playing golf, so that your round means something. If you're just coming in and the fag end and just about making cut and all, it doesn't mean too much. I mean, it means too much to you, obviously, but for the people watching, or depends how you're playing. But if you're not performing, not contending, and no one is too bothered about what you're playing, at the end of the day, you don't feel pressure. But that's not why you're doing it. You're doing it because at the end of the day, only that person will become a sportsman who wants to strive and beat the competition. That's the whole idea of sports. That's why you have numbering. So you have to be somebody who thrives and wants to win. If you win or not, that's another matter, but at least you must try to win. As Dharma will have to try a lot here to get this close. Let's see what he does. It's thick rough, and his feet are below the ball, and that has come out hot, I think, and he's asking for that to stay. It's
that was a very difficult situation.
From his reaction, I feel it's not too bad. But he's not having the best of days today. Definitely struggling on the golf course, and would have hoped for a better day, I think.
You can see that Diwali vibes already. People writing Shubh Deepavali on the tree.
Yes, obviously it is the festive season, and we'd like to.
Dharma stayed in the bunker.
His reactions are also getting confusing. He was asking it to stay in the bunker.
Probably because where he was, and he didn't want it to just skim by.
Now I think by now he's just
He's
He's just letting it go now. He's extremely angry, and rightly so. I think he'll have to do something, turn that cap around. I think can take a.
maybe borrow the hat from Aman
Yes, I
Rajan.
think that might be it. As you have a look at Angit, he should be able to clean this up, and there he does.
Angad, a very tall chap, has to bend pretty much for his short game. You can see in the shipping area also, and also with his putts, he's really bent over. That's money Ram.
When the going gets hard, that's the time that you really need to find yourself for Dharma. He'll have to turn it around on the back nine. I mean, there is no other option. These are the kind of rounds like he might be 4 or 5 over on the front nine, depending on how this hole ends up, and he'll have to dig deep if he has to shoot. Let's say maybe a 1 over or 2 over. I doubt that he'll be able to shoot 4 or 5 under on the back nine. Still possible, but you can't let it go. That's the other thing. You have to hold on to it. I mean, because I've heard all kinds of motivational quotes in life and in the game of golf, but one thing that really stuck with me, maybe I heard it in some movie, which is supposed to be a sarcastic comment that no matter how bad life gets, it can always get worse, and that's the same for a round of golf, my friend. If you're 5 over after 9, and if you think the golfing gods are just going to be kind for you, no, you can shoot another 5 or 6 over on the 9. So you need to really dig in deep and search your soul and fight back and try to shoot under par, because if you make mistakes on the front nine, there's no guarantee that you won't make the same on the back nine. You have to still work hard.
Well, there's another thing. What I would say, Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, says that your back is against the wall, the only way is forward. So you can actually turn that around for yourself and say you're
I
done
never knew
now.
that. I thought his famous dialogue was only about his culinary skills. Can you see what I'm cooking?
That was back in the day.
If
Now,
you smell, that he's talking about his cooking skills or something else. We're not too sure. No, said in jest, obviously, but Dharma doesn't want to reach rock bottom, so as to speak. He has to come back.
but if he thinks that he's already at rock bottom, there is only one way. That is
Absolutely,
forward. And he
ladies
needs to.
and gentlemen, Siddharth has said it, and that's the way to look at life. When you hit rock bottom, there's no way but up.
Yeah.
And there you have the ducks enjoying themselves. They don't need to make pars or birdies; they can just enjoy.
Beauty of being not so conscious about life.
Rashid Khan, it seems, on hole number 11, if I'm not wrong, all over the flagstick.
It's a lovely shot there, leaving himself with a great opportunity.
The wind is picking up on this hole, so the 12th hole will be playing headwind. So it'll be really interesting to see if anyone can get there with the headwind. It becomes a 3-shot hole.
Only a few players in the field probably would go for it, or
Have the ability to even think of going for it.
absolutely. What a pretty sight with all these ducks hovering around. Ajitesh Sandhu now.
That conventional swing of Ajitesh Sandhu. A free-flowing swing and hitting a free-flowing, beautiful shot right there. Apologies, I guess that was Mohammad Azhar on hole number 11 playing alongside Aman Raj and Ajitesh. That was not Rashid Khan. And as we speak, Karthik Sharma has moved to 5 under for the day and 9 under for the tournament. So the lefty is giving a lot of round houses to the entire field in boxing terminology.
Karthik in the recent past has actually come up as a very strong name, and I think he just needs to start finishing his rounds and finishing the weekend in a much stronger fashion. And has Veer moving off from the 9th and going to the 10th, and Aman Raj getting ready with his hat on the 11th hole approach shot. 11th, not a very long, powerful 384. So most of these players will probably get a short iron into the green. Well, look like a very stable swing on that one. And again, the ball right covering the flagstick. All three players having a look at a possible birdie opportunity here on the 11th. This is turning out to be an exciting round of golf for all these players. The top still sitting at 11 under, not much happening there. Only Veer Alawat moving to 11 under with one birdie, except Kapil Kumar with all pars till now. And N. Thangaraja moved up to 10 under with two birdies, 2 under for the day. Karthik Sharma having a splendid round of 5 under and 9 under for the day, moving him to the fourth position. Manu Gandas also at 9 under with 4 under of the day. That is the leaderboard for you guys, and you can see some trees now on the 11th.
Back on hole number 11 in these beautiful festive times. For those of you who are just joining us, we'd like to tell you that we're live at the Pune Golf Open Championship 2022 being played at the Pune Golf Course. And leading the proceedings currently is Veer Alawat and Kapil Kumar. A little bit about one of the associate sponsors for this week is the Crown Plaza. We'd like to tell you that the Crown Plaza Pune is the perfect choice for both business and leisure travelers. Our iconic hotel is ideally located in the heart of the city, surrounded by Pune's best tourist spots, restaurants, shopping, and nightlife. Crown Plaza City boasts of being more than just a five-star hotel. Its newly renovated hotel offers spacious guest rooms with sleek decor and breathtaking panoramic view of the city, offering an outdoor swimming pool, a fitness center, three dining options. Crown Plaza Pune is situated on Bund Garden Road near Koregaon Park, 6 km from Lohegaon Airport and 37 meters from Jahangir Hospital. Pune Wala Business Bay is just 3 kilometers away. For meetings and events, your group will have everything it needs to succeed with close proximity to many Pune corporations and within 8,000 square feet. With 8,000 square feet of meeting space across 9 meeting rooms, Crown Plaza has the ability to host functions up to 350 guests. To rejuvenate, try a few laps in the outdoor swimming pool. And so, a lot of things that you can do at the Crown Plaza Pune as we get back to the golf. Here at hole number 10 with our leader group, and that was a strange swing to say the least by Kapil.
I think most of them trying to go hit a nice high draw on this 10th, and
It's very difficult. If I remember, I'd also be falling over on either side of this tee box because you have to rope that around about 40 yards, and it's not easy to get that kind of movement on a driver. So a player has to give everything that he's got.
So now Aman Raj on the 11th with a fantastic shot just ahead of the pin.
Oh, I was getting the wrong line. I think we saw Angad the ball turning right from left, so this is definitely a misread by Aman.
The hat not working this time with the putt. The leader group now moving off the tee on the 10th. Beautiful views of the golf course. I mean, definitely they should stop by and smell the flowers, but most of them are just worried about their round, so they just want to move along. So 9 holes left for the leader group on this third day at the Pune Open. Golf Championship 2022, this being the sixth edition of this tournament. Pune Golf Course has been a host to a lot of championships, both professional, amateurs, and juniors. It's been one of the most sought out golf courses for competition golf in India. Back to the live action on the third day of the Pune Open Golf Championship 2022.
So, a little bit of a word about our host venue this week. The Pune Golf Course, a fantastic golf course, one of the premier golf courses in our country, has had a host of champions from this part. We had winners on tour, many good golfers coming out of this part of the country, as well as very recognized good amateurs as well.
Absolutely. Well, this has been a host venue for a lot of championships across a 100-acre golf course with its own complexities. Not the longest tracks, I would say, but definitely the most sought out golf courses for competitive golf.
Yes, I think what sets it apart is the greens, the quality of the green complexes. They're just fantastic to putt on. You know, they're better than a dance floor. You can moonwalk on them, but don't do that. You'll ruin the greens. But that's how good they are.
Yeah, you could see even after 2 days of rain, the greens are playing still splendid. They're rolling well. Definitely the ball's holding on better. But otherwise, the entire golf course I feel is doing okay, except for one odd hole which is not playable today, and for the last 3 days actually, and of course sixth. The fifth being a par 3 instead of a par 4. Otherwise, they've done a great job by keeping up the golf course for this weekend now.
Also, a word about our associate sponsors. This is True Fit and Hill about exemplary men's grooming. So for all our viewers who are watching this week and want to explore that, I think their support and entry into the game of golf. I think it's understandable. That's what golf stands for. And
I think all the brands who are looking at this sport from entering as a sponsorship avenue, as you rightly said, men's grooming, this is the right target audience. You have the entire decision making in this sport because everyone who's sitting on top is playing this sport. So be associated.
even if you don't speak about the aspects of the synergies, just the fact that you get and celebrate this game of golf and associate with it, and even the other. Obviously, we've already spoken about the other big associate sponsor this week, Crown Plaza. We have a few others as well, and obviously the ones that support the tour. It goes without saying that the Tata Corporation and what it does,
Absolutely.
Tata Steel, and what it does for the game of golf.
And a big applaud to the ABP Live for bringing us live golf coverage from the golf course. And you can actually watch this coverage on your phone anywhere, which gets you the action.
And the action right here with Kshitij now with call, that unique golf swing. You see how far he stands from the ball, even if it's a short club. I find that would be so difficult to come back to the same arc, but I think he's perfected it to a T, so works for him. You can see that he does get the right elbow in the correct position, so maybe there is a little bit of convention in that swing.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think he has a very strong core and back to support this kind of distance from the golf ball, and he's able to maintain his spine angle throughout the shot, staying so far away from the ball, which is commendable, actually. Not many people, I mean, you need very high athletic ability to actually maintain that posture throughout.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of a back pain just watching him, to be honest.
Absolutely.
You know,
It seems
so-
discomforting
Yeah,
just looking, but I'm
so-
sure it works for him.
He's a young lad, and he is on top of his game of golf. He's currently at 1 under for the day. So I mean, it's a young man's game now. It's changed where people used to maybe jokingly say that golf is an old man's game. I think gone are those times.
Absolutely, and you can see two balls on the dance floor, giving themselves a birdie opportunity here on the 11th hole, uh, seeming to be a favorable hole for birdie. And you can see Ian Tangarara with his communication and conversations on the fairway. He definitely is taking the advice of the earlier golfers of walking down the fairways and enjoying the round.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I think if one can do that, not easy. If one can enjoy tournament golf, I think that to be, to speaking from experience, there are very few golfers who actually enjoy tournament golf. Many want to compete and play well, but there's a difference between enjoying and competing to play well. If you like competing and you also enjoy playing the game of golf, that rare combination is going to take you far, because if you enjoy, then you really work at it and hone your skills. It's not easy, to be honest. I see a lot of players shirking their responsibility and not putting in the long hours into something as boring as, let's say, putting practice.
Absolutely.
But the best of players are able to spend 3, 3, 4 hours just practicing their putting. Unfortunately, that's the effort it takes.
It does, and we just see the results on the TV, and we see these players hitting these fantastic shots, but we do not know the kind of hard work that goes behind the scenes and how many hours of practice they put in. I mean, from a conventional office day, this is more difficult, any sport for that matter, because you start as early as sunrise and you're down there even when the sun is gone and working out in the gyms. And but it's easily a 12-hour plus day for any professional athlete, I would say. So it is all the viewers who are looking at this, it is not easy. And what you're seeing, the skill level that you're seeing is it is after years and hours and hours and hours of honing those skills. So I mean, it's easier said than done to shoot a level par on a golf course, no matter how small the golf course is. But these guys are shooting under par on a daily basis, which is beyond perfection, because the perfect score would be level par, and they're going beyond perfection and shooting red numbers on a
Absolutely.
daily basis.
The 11th is definitely a birdie hole for a lot of these players. With the flag, where is placed today?
That's a great bunker shot with a lot of spin on that one.
Back on hole number 18. The par 5. I'm certain that we will see a few eagles here.
You can see Ajitesh Sandhu moving up the leaderboard. He is now at 10 under par after another birdie on the 11th. Ajitesh having very close calls with his near wins 2 weeks ago, also at Panchkula, just missing out, and now he's moving up the leaderboard.
Well, that's a brilliant putt on hole number 18 here. This is the group of Prakhar Sawa, Arjun Puri, and Pukraj Singh Gill here at hole number 18.
That's an interesting way to read the line. That's N. Thangaraja in the 11th with his birdie opportunity. Birdie or not, you'll still see the smile on his face. And that is a decent try, just coming up slightly short and right on this 11th hole, but a tap-in par for him. Akshay Niranjan now looking for his birdie. Really eyeing out his putt and taking his time to read the line and assess, because this is a makeable birdie opportunity and he would like to capitalize on that one. Akshay not having the best round till now. Is 3 over for the day. He's made a couple of bogeys on the front nine and hoping for this to turn. And that is that's a absolutely misread putt. I mean, he's left it way right. Maybe that was the confusion while he was trying to read the line, that he couldn't figure it out at how far the ball's going to turn. But he's going to quickly wrap up for his par. He's going to, rather than waiting.
As we talk, Veer Alawat has reached 13 under par. So he's been able to open a sizable lead over Sachin Besawa, who's made 4 birdies on the trot. And I'm telling you, we're going to see a lot of action on nine. You've already seen Syed Saqib Ahmed shoot a 6 under par on the back nine itself. So not out of the realm of possibilities. I think 5 under is definitely what these players are looking to shoot on that back nine.
Kapil Kumar would like some kind of action to happen in the back nine, because he's had an absolutely clean scorecard till now, all pars, and his lead reduced. Actually, he's moved out of the lead by 2 shots now. So he would want some kind of birdie action to happen, or else Veer and Sachin would have taken this lead ahead.
As the players walk down on hole number 18. The 18th is a hole that measures about a little bit over 500 yards, 520. And the players, after a good drive, the longer hitters can find themselves with an iron in their hand. For the medium hitters, they'll be looking at a 3 wood. A lot of players also, if you tend to miss hit your drive, would end up laying up. As you can see, there is a hazard which is guarding the front and left of the green, and then would play this hole as a 3 short hole. Back to hole number 11 with Veer from the center of the fairway. Look for this to be close. Fantastic shot, just under the flag, maybe all of 6 feet there. Seems to have come a little hot out of the rough. That can happen sometimes if you don't have perfect contact. Then you can have the ball scampering on a little more than required. Om Prakash Chauhan here walking down the 18th. Even after so much rain, you're seeing that the fairways are perfectly manicured and very good condition. And believe you me, the players really love this golf course. One of the reasons is obviously it's Pune is a great part of our country, and the players really love coming here, enjoying themselves, playing this great golf course. Enjoying the many culinary options that you have here in Pune. And when it comes to the golf course, there's none finer in terms of how this golf course is manicured. Perfect fairways, the greens are slick. Players do love that challenge, and also there are many birdie opportunities on this golf course, and that's something that all the players love. They love birdie opportunities, and very few golf courses like this still in our country where the players can really enjoy themselves. But make no mistake, the par threes are quite the test. You starting out on the first hole, the second hole, the third hole, even the fourth and fifth. So there are a lot of holes where the players do tend to drop shots here, and historically you still have similar scoring as you have in different weeks, but still it just feels a little more inviting. Does this golf course over a period of 4 days? As we have a look at Veer, who's making the most of the golf course and is currently at 13 under par for the tournament, having birdied both 9 and 10. You also have Karthik Sharma at 9 under par, 5 under for the day. You're seeing a slew of fantastic rounds today. Rashid Khan, 6 under for the day. Karthik, who's on our screens, is 5 under for the day and has laid up here at hole number 18. So would have been in some sort of trouble off the tee. But I suspect this one is going to be closer, maybe all of about 65 yards to the flag. So ideal place, maybe 75 at most, and should be an easy shot keep it a little bit behind, try to flight it down with the receptive greens. You can just pitch it maybe about a foot ahead of the flag and get that sort of spin coming back. Look at that. That is just judged to perfection. I mean, it's one thing to talk about it, but it's completely another to execute it to perfection. And he's done that. I think he should be able to make birdie and move to 10 under par. So this tournament again is one that is turning out to be quite the humdinger. It's going to be interesting. So I request all of you to stay tuned and watch our fantastic golfers from the Professional Golf Tour of India showcase their talents. Scampering on is Karthik. As we have a look at Om Prakash Chauhan, who's saving that time by surveying his line. Having a look at some of the other noteworthy scores today. You're just seeing red numbers all across. The players who are over par would not be feeling too good about themselves at this point in time because majority of the field is under par. As we speak, you have a total of 50 players who are under par for the week, level par or better. And you have Karan Vasudeva, Badar Sen, Pranav Mardikar, also 3 under par for the day and 3 under for the tournament, respectively. Then you have Udinmane Arjun Bhati, 4 under par each for the day and 6 under for the tournament. Then you have Rashid Khan, Syed Saqib Ahmed at 6 under par for the day. So quite a few good performances all over. We also saw on our screens Amrit Lal at 1 over for the day, 3 under for the tournament. Dharma M on hole number 11. Dharma not having the best of days, and that is just the continuing theme. It just seems to be more pain, unfortunately, for the man from Bengaluru, who has now again dropped a shot and will move to 3 over, who was had made a little bit of a resurgence after birdieing hole number 10. I'm not too sure if that was his birdie or par putt. He also birdied hole number 5 today. So, but all in all, has been a difficult day for him thus far. Kapil Kumar here on hole number 11. That's comfortable. What was that? My apologies. I think that Sachin Beswaya are there alongside M. Dharma. No, I was right the first time. That is indeed Kapil Kumar. So yes, we do get a little confused sometimes here as we go through the proceedings. But make no mistake, these golfers are here with an intent to win this tournament, and many of them are staking their claim to this much coveted trophy this week. On your screen is Karthik, who we just saw come up a little while ago with that brilliant approach shot here on the par 518. This one will break to his left. He's judged that to perfection. What a fantastic round. He'd feel really happy. A 6 under par. You know, these players make it look that easy, but believe you me, it's not that easy. It's just that these players have really improved by leaps and bounds and making the most of the opportunity that the Professional Golf Tour of India is providing them to showcase their talent. Amritlal also holding that part here at hole number 18. Hole number 18 also with a generous flag pin position towards the front. What we've seen in our tournaments recently that the third day flag pin positions tend to be on the whole easy, so as to speak. On the final day is when you find tricky pin positions, and that's when players really have to dig deeper to try and shoot under par. But the third day pin positions are quite comfortable for the players. Look at the water hazard here as we take a little bit of a breather.
Now, just looking at the scenic beauty of Pune Golf Club. The action-packed day till now. Veer Lawat still sitting on top now with 14 under par. He's actually moved 3 shot clear of Sachin Basoya, Ajitesh Sandhu, and Kapil Kumar.
It's an interesting day so far. And I was just speaking a minute back that we've seen a lot of low scores today, low numbers all around. Festive season. You and I both are retired in something similar. You're in red, I'm in blue. And the players also enjoying themselves on Diwali. It's the kind of round that, kind of tournament that they really like to play. They're making a lot of birdies and enjoying themselves. We normally think of who's going to win this tournament. I think now is the time, Sid, that we decide and select our horses.
For me this time I would I don't know, I think Ajitesh Sandhu lurking quite a bit for the past few weeks, so my bet is on him. What about you? Who do you think will be the
I'd like to think of something else, but Veer Alawat is running away. He has a 3 shot lead. To be honest, I think it's wrong to say it's a foregone conclusion, but with him and his prodigious length and the game, 3 shot lead, and the way he's birding, he's going to make a few more birdies. It's going to be very tough for anyone to beat him. But to make it more interesting, let's say we're not allowed to select Veer Alawat. If you're a probability person, I think right now the probability of Veer Alawat is probably 80% to win this tournament. 3-shot lead.
You're absolutely
Looking
right.
at birdie country with his length, it's gonna be him. But if not him, I think you have to look at the players. I think Yuvraj Sandhu. I'll put my money on Yuvraj Sandhu again.
No, that's absolutely. But Veer Lawat and Kapil Kumar earlier, as I said, have always faltered in the last stages, and this is a test for them to make sure they keep their foot on the gas and bring it home. I would say.
I know Veer has done that, but I just feel that this is a perfect, this kind of scenario lends itself perfectly to him. It's the kind of golf course where even if he makes one mistake, he can just come back with one blistering drive, confirm a birdie, and then move on to the next hole. So from that perspective, it's very easy not to falter. Obviously, there's a lot of pressure. The chasing back. Ajitish is like a robot. He's gonna keep making birdies. He's gonna be there. I mean, to be honest with you, he's gonna be right there, like at 16, 17 under par at the end of this tournament. But I feel this tournament, you might need to reach a score of somewhere around maybe 18 or 19 under par. 19, maybe at least 19 under par to win this.
I would totally agree with you. This because this back nine is very forgiving. So most of these players who are sitting on top have still 6, 7 holes left, and these can be the deciding factor on how much margin Veer will have tomorrow. And if he has a big gap between him and the second position, that might be intimidating for anyone to come back from behind.
A look back at the 18th tee, wonder why they've got the Bushnell out. It's a par 5. My apologies, I was blinded by the player, so it's the 13th. So I think that makes sense. It's the par 3. They've taken out the yardage to get the perfect yardage, that perfect number. That change in the game of golf. You have the yardage range finder. Just take it out and get your
I think
yardage.
this is absolutely amazing what they did this ruling, because why give a handicap on that? Because this is a similar thing for everyone. Everyone's getting the advantage to use the exact distance. You still have to hit the golf ball.
I'm not in favor of it. This
You're
is one of
not?
the rules that I really don't like.
Why is that?
Because there was an art, there was a conversation between the caddy and player. There was a mystery to the yardage. There was the players trying to read the prepared players have actually not benefited from that, because the lazy players, wrong terminology. Maybe the players who don't put that much effort into preparing before tournament, they've really benefited. You don't really need to note down which bunker is what. You just take the yardage finder. So it takes out a little bit of the art, from the game of golf, the caddy pacing, and that all that aspect of the game has gone. When you used to watch a caddy pacing up, it's just gone.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, but still, they still do a lot of homework when it comes to green complexes and where they want to drop and do all of that. It's just I think pace of play was
Pace
becoming
of
an issue.
yeah. So let me see. As far as pace of play is concerned, is definitely a great initiative. But I think if you look at it from as a traditionalist, I would feel that there's certain things that must, you had rangefinders to use, but not during a tournament. But maybe this makes things quicker. And obviously, golf, slow play is almost like an endemic. So they're coming up a little short.
We see a lot of players coming up short on this hole. The safer bet to be on this hole is to stay a little short, which is what these players are doing. I think this. Kshitij Naved Kaul now with his extreme setup, getting ready on this par 3. Something disturbing, Kshitij. He's moved off the golf ball twice. Maybe it's the hole next to them, which it started to rain there.
Maybe not quite certain. Maybe that's just a little bit of drizzle, or can't quite tell at this moment in time. We'll be able to gauge by the player's reaction. Maybe that's just a little bit of dust that's flying around. Not quite sure.
Yeah, I mean, definitely something did disturb Kshitij twice. And now he's got ready to hit his tee shot here on the par 3. Looks like a comfortable balanced swing. Couldn't really figure out where the ball went.
Now back at hole number 18 towards the right hand side of the green. Right there, recovery from the right hand side of hole number 18. On the 18th, you have the group of Pokhraj Singh Gill, Arjun Puri, and Prakhar Sawa. Difficult shot coming up here from the right hand side. A little bit of rough. Unfortunate, just pitched maybe a little short, but I think worked out perfectly.
I think that's exactly what he was trying to do.
That's what he was trying to do.
Lovely shot there. Yeah, the spectators looking at the leader group.
I think it's a good day to be out there and enjoy the game of golf. There you have Thanga cracking a couple of jokes and walking alongside Kshitij now with Call.
Have a nice broad walk with the long strides. Shows the confidence this player has in his game.
It's seeing the younger lot is really working on their fitness, and you can mistake them for sportsmen playing any other sport.
Absolutely.
There's no earlier I think maybe 10-20 years, golfers were not really known as athletic sportsman, but it's tending to go that way. You're finding that 90-95% of the players do work out and do work on that because that is something that they find necessary. It's not gone are the days where players didn't quite visit the weight room as we have. Look at Arjun Sharma here on hole number 18.
Physical fitness science has definitely creeped up with the Indian players also, because since the time Tiger came into the scene and when he changed the entire, the way the game is played, slowly that same aspect is being used, and I think used out in India also with these players now, and everyone is focusing towards developing their athletic ability to, I think, increase their lifespan of golfing, and with that comes in a very strong mindset. So, rightly so. If they want to play at that level and compete every week, you have to be fit. It's not easy to play 5 rounds of golf together, one practice and 4 rounds of actual golf, and plus traveling. So, have to be fit. You have to
Exactly.
be.
I find that when you travel a lot, it does take something out of you. You lose your muscle mass as you go from one place to another because players have to ensure that they get the correct diet, workout. That doesn't quite happen if you're playing 5-6 rounds. So the you have to be really switched on when you're on tour and how to take care of yourself and your fitness. Otherwise, you'll see that the performance would vary from week in week out. Some weeks when you're not playing that well or not flexible or whatever, you would also need to have the consistent distance week in week out. So the better players, they do play around and still do visit the gym at least for an hour and a half at least.
Absolutely, and that shows how mentally strong they are. That after even having the entire day on the golf course, they are ready to go and hit the gym. It's a slight miss there. Did not hit it enough.
Look at them finishing their round here on the 18th hole.
Arjun Sharma, Shravan Desai, and Manish Thakran finishing their round on the 18th.
We've seen the flag pin here, and even on the 7th, and even the 11th, the front. They're mostly front pin positions, the ones that you've seen. Even the one on the first, the second was one which was towards the center of the green. But I think on the whole, ninth hole was also towards the center. We've not seen too many pin positions towards the back side of the green today.
In any case, the greens are not very big. They're very small target greens. So the pin positions, if you put it in any of the corners, will anyways be very difficult. So the only difficulty that the players would face is the greens at the moment. Rest, they are blistering through the golf course, especially the back nine. And that's Veer with another birdie on the 12th. He moves on to 15 under, and Kapil Kumar making finally one birdie and moving on to 12 under. So there's still a 3-shot difference between the leader and the second position. There we can see back-to-back birdies by these leader group. It's a lot of excitement there. There's some discussion on the 18th. I think the players are looking at going on to the green.
This would make for some fantastic viewing. Taking the green on, this is what we've been waiting for. They've been able to unleash a perfect drive, and we're also seeing a friendly visitor on the 18th hole. I would like to get out of the way sooner rather than later. Now back to hole number 13.
The leader group, Veer Alawat now teeing off.
Veer, look at that relaxed swing. Well over 200 yards, but able to take a very nice and easy relaxed swing. And it's coming up a little short, but that should be okay. That's the place to miss it on this whole shot.
Went with a high cut, did not probably get the entire club on the ball.
We have the group of Varun Parekh, Alap Ayal, and Rohan Dhole Patil here at hole number 18. You can see one more player towards the left-hand side. There's a caddy there on the left. So that's what happens if you tend to overcook it. There's a hazard on the left-hand side. Now, we're not sure if that's Rohan or Alap, but it seems to be someone who's going for the green, it seems. But there is a bunker there, so I'm not quite sure whether going for the green or just extricating himself from the bunker.
Taking his time with his second shot.
That normally happens if it's a difficult shot that the player is not too confident about. It seems like he might be trying to go for this green. He's coming out of that bunker. It's a difficult shot from that bunker, to be honest, and he's done well to have laid up there from the bunker. Probably would have been going with a pitching wedge. Varun Parekh is in perfect position, and he's a long hitter. He can hit the ball well over 300 yards. Carries the driver about at an average of 305 yards. So he should maybe be about 325, 320 down the fairway, and maybe have something just a little bit over 200 yards. The 18th hole measuring at 570 yards. My apologies, I thought it was closer to 530. Plays a little shorter because it's downhill.
Varun definitely going for the green on this one.
I think he'd have, with the front pin position, he might have close to about 220. So that should be nothing more than a 5-iron with his length. Seems like he's...
Looks like a hybrid of some sort, or a...
Given the fact that it is a long shot here. Let's see where it ends up.
It looks like a beautiful shot.
That's a fantastic shot. Look at that. He's on the dance floor, and that's how you do it, ladies and gentlemen. Phenomenal shot. And look at how softly that fell.
Yeah, that ball did not run a lot, but ran enough to get onto the putting green. So that'll be a good eagle opportunity for Varun here. What a commendable player he is shaped up to be after that amazing win at DLF.
I think also this hole is a very good risk and reward hole. You can have the medium hitter also can get there in 2 with the driver and 3-wood. It is 570 yards to the center of the green from the back edge of the tee. Probably playing to about 555 yards today with that front pin flag. The only issue is that the fairways are not rolling, so you require that fly, and that's for the medium hitter. That becomes, look at that golf shot. I mean, you couldn't have placed it better than that. For the medium hitter, that becomes a little bit of an issue because, let's say, if you carry it about 270, it's not really going to roll. It might roll up to about 285. So you're still staring at another 270-yard shot.
There looks to be an amazing drive by Alap, past Varun's drive also. So he probably would have a good look at getting on the putting green in two on this
Yeah,
long par five.
I think what is really maybe easy about this shot is that there is water to the front and left, but the right side there's not much trouble.
Yes.
There used to be a lot of trouble, but I think obviously due to the felling of the trees, or maybe the trees have sort of withered away due to the elements. Um, I think that's the case. I think there have been a couple of storms and few trees fell. I'm not too sure. A few years ago, there used to be dense foliage around that right hand side, which is not the case now. So much easier for the players. Just keep it right and let it draw back. And even if it doesn't, then you're in that rough around the green. So
And the water hazard on the left starts pretty early, so for their distance, they're going to easily fly it all the way till the green. So the only trouble that is left for them is either the bunker on the left or just keep it safe on the right hand side. Alap changing his club again. Not sure what club to go with. There definitely is an iron. Maybe just in between clubs. Let's see what he does.
definitely nothing more than a 4 iron for him. Should be a comfortable shot. Anywhere drawing in from the right should be fine. I think a cut is a little difficult, especially given the slope is right to left.
Looks
Seems like
a
he's
nice
hit
shot.
an absolute straight shot, straight at the flag, and that's a brilliant shot by him, leaving himself about 25-30 feet short.
So all that discussion with his caddy on what club to hit has
It did
worked
work out in the end, working out perfectly for him for an eagle opportunity. Go back to the action on hole number 18.
That is the third shot after the bunker shot he hit. His drive was in the bunker and he just come out.
Should be 145
Rohan.
yards to the flag for Rohan Dhole. Patil would want to be all over the flagstick from that yardage. 9 iron. That's a big divot, and that's a
Stayed right.
nice feeling hitting out.
Oh,
Look
good
at that.
shot from there. I mean, he's done well to be on the putting green and give himself a chance for birdie after being in the bunker. With his drive,
Receptive greens and perfect fairways. That gives you a good idea of the downhill on this 18th hole. It's not rolling today. Otherwise, I remember that even the medium hitters, when it's hot and the fairways are sort of, rolling, the medium hitters can get their drives up to almost 330, pitch them at 275, and then let that roll in another 50, 55 yards.
still players like Varun and Alap have easily reached the green in two fantastic shots. That's some quality golf by them right there.
As we revisit that leaderboard and see that there is no stopping Veer Alawat, he's reeled off 5 birdies on the trot. So, as I said, when you think about this tournament, Jitesh is not that far behind. He's only 3 shots behind, keeping in step with Veer. But as I said, that when you have that power and when you on song and you have the back nine and you're already reeling off birdies, I would think half of the job is already done.
Absolutely.
The only thing he can do now is to come in his own way.
So, what do you think is the right mindset when you get onto the golf course playing competitive golf? Is it just like how many birdie opportunities you can give yourself, or what do you think would be the way to approach any golf, especially this golf course?
I think a lot depends also on where you are at. What are your internal aims? Sometimes a player is not playing his best, and you also know what are your goals. What would you feel good with? A lot of players, when they're searching for confidence, would be happy with an under par round. On the other hand, you have players like, let's say, Veer, who's a fantastic player. Nothing less than a victory for him would suffice at this point. Then you have somebody like Yuvraj, who's coming from the back, who just wants to shoot a low number. He's out of contention, but he's getting himself back. So everybody has their own different battle. Then you have Ajitesh Sandhu, I think, who just carries on a monotone kind of way. He just doesn't want to make those mistakes. He knows his game. He plays within his game. Then you have Rashid Khan. Rashid Khan goes hell for leather every time. He's not bothered about the result. He wants to attack. Whether you're playing a normal round with him or not. So everybody. Then you have somebody, let's say, like Dharma. Dharma would be just looking to stem the rot at this point in time. So everybody has his own battle, but when they land up, they know how their game is. They want to play to their strengths, and they want to give themselves a fair opportunity of playing well. What these professional golfers really don't like is making stupid mistakes, as they call them. They don't want to make errors like that. Otherwise, sometimes the putts don't go in. They accept that and they work hard and try to make birdies, but they do not want to not play to their potential. As long as a professional plays to his potential, they do not care if they finish second, third, fourth. Positions are what matter, but they want to just get themselves in the in the heat of the moment, contend. Every good golfer just wants to contend.
Absolutely, and you rightly put that across. Everyone would have their own temperament and their own battles that they're trying to win over. But most of all, that I see, the kind of aggression that I see with all of these players, especially Rashid Khan or Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, I think they look at every hole as a birdie opportunity. They're not looking at, even if it's a daunting par three, a long one, or anything. They're looking at making birdies on every hole, and that's why you see today. Rashid Khan's made 7 birdies already, and he's stepped on to a 9 under for the tournament. And this is a great chip by Aman Raj, almost holding that one. So this again comes back to the point of their mindset. Even when they're sitting for a chip, they're looking at making it. And Ajitesh seems to have found himself a little bit of trouble on this 15th hole. He's also 5 under for the day, and probably left himself. And that's a very unusual position that you will see Ajitesh in. This is normally he's always in the center of the fairway and very consistent player. I'm sure he's going to come out of there with no trouble. He has to hit a low spinning shot from there for him to get close to the pin. And that's exactly what he's done. He's just ran it up to the pin. Nicely done from there, slightly ahead of where he would have wanted it to be. But from that position, he can clean that up.
Looking at the action today, as we spoke, we were talking about who's going to win this tournament and what they're thinking. So it just comes back to each person. I'll tell you, for a lot of the players, having a top 20 finish is probably a year's highlight. For another player, having a 20th finish is probably the worst tournament of the year. So a lot actually depends on where you're at, what is your capability. At the end of the day, we all know what we're capable of, right? For somebody like me, in this state, that leaving golf right now and playing fun, even a level par round just feels like gold, and maybe back in the day not so much. And a lot of these players right now, like Veer Alawat or these players are on the Asian tour. They want a lot from themselves, and everybody wants to shoot deep numbers. So, Vivek, thanks for joining us right now. And we know that the World Cup fever is on. We've been joined by Mr. Vivek. He's the producer and who guides us in all these things. And also a strong cricketing background with having played cricket at a national level yourself. So tell me, now you have the World Cup fever which is on. We also have this great tournament going on. What are your thoughts? Like, how are you balancing everything, and how do you make golf as exciting as cricket? Do we have cheerleaders at each birdie, or please give us some ideas? How do we make the gentleman's game, so as to speak, a little more exciting?
When you say gentleman's game, it's, I guess now the new definition of a gentle game is golf. A kind of uh, things which is happening on the cricket field now. It's no longer the gentleman's game. But having said that, I just hope the kind of upsets we're seeing in this World Cup, those kind of thing doesn't happen here at this Pune Open. We've seen West Indies been knocked out of the World Cup. We've seen Sri Lanka getting a scare. We're not sure if Zimbabwe or Scotland would make it to the thing. And of course, there's a big if and but that on 23rd India versus Pakistan game will happen because there's a huge possibility of rain, and we've seen that something happening here in the first 2 days at the Pune Open. So yeah, you can draw a lot of similarities in that way.
It's always all said and done. The India-Pakistan match is the mouth-watering prospect. Obviously there is a long history that goes back to it, and it's a battle. It's a challenge in the real sense of the word. You've been to quite a few of those. Can you replicate that kind of an environment, that intensity? I think the players are willing to give their lives down on that field that day when they're playing against their adversary.
I'll ask you one question to answer that. Will the golfers be okay if there is a lot of noise and ambience?
I think so.
Around them?
On the PGA Tour,
People cheering for them rather than the silence and the no motion.
I'll tell you. You made a good point. In golf, if there is ambient sound, like if there's ambient sound, there is a sound coming. But if there's a sudden burst of noise, golfers do get disturbed. If you see golf on the US Tour or the Live Tour, there's a lot of sound. So you give us these kind of galleries, you make 10,000 people land up on the golf course. I'm sure golfers will be more than happy. What do you think, Sid?
That's what they say. Live golf is golf, but louder. So I think that kind of
You
change
need that.
is required
Yes,
now,
yeah.
because everyone, the galleries are also going to enjoy it if there is some music around or something is happening around. So yeah, there will be disturbance, but they'll get used to it. These are professional golfers who know how to play.
But when you're talking noise, we're talking about, it's not just a noise, it's a huge roar. And that's what makes cricket so exciting, when you suddenly get surrounded by 40,000 people who are seated, not moving, particularly over there. And again, like I said, we've spoken earlier about the duration of the play. That's why probably you're seeing a lot more crowds in a 3-hour T20 format rather than a longer format of over 5 days. We've spoken about how golf can be condensed or made more exciting format wise. But again, the biggest challenge is to engage the crowd into the golf course, the accessibility, which is a huge concern at this point of time. Number two, the audience and the spectators need to keep moving to follow the leader group. Unlike a lot of other sports, be it badminton, tennis, cricket, or anywhere where once they are seated and not moving along, which makes it even more difficult for the spectators to come and have. So it basically, there are a lot of challenges, but maybe coming forth, like motorsport, for example, if you look at it, the people who are sitting in a particular gallery only get to watch action at a particular point. Yet there's a lot of spectators watching that particular action, and it just goes off for a second. Even when you're watching athletics, 100-meter burst of Usain Bolt, there's only a section of people who will watch it real close. A lot of people would watch it from a distance, and it gets over in 10 seconds, right? But yet people come and watch it. So it's not impossible, provided you put your minds into it, see and work as to how to get the crowd involved into it. These golfers have to cooperate. The golfers have to cooperate because when there will be people, there will be noise, there will be this thing. So if they say performance gets affected or the concentration level goes different, they'll have to start thinking. Because I can tell you one thing: when Virat plays, of course, Virat hasn't played domestic cricket for the last 9 years now, but whenever these international cricketers play domestic, there is no motivation. They don't feel the kick because they are playing to empty stadiums. When they play an IPL game or an India game, their levels are very different. So if they see the positive aspect of it, there's a lot they can achieve. But again, there are challenges, very very practical challenges which golf has to cater
But
to.
if you look at an example from Phoenix Waste Management Open and the 16th hole, the par 3, the way that is set up, that is a stadium in its own sense, and only one hole where everyone wants to sit, and the kind of noise that it creates. If anyone hits a good shot, that's something they can start off from. Every
I think,
golf course
yeah.
having one hole, which is very interesting, where you can have everyone pull in.
I think, to be honest with you, it's definitely going to be an uphill task, and as we look at it, it's going to be an uphill task to sort of golf is a different kind of game altogether. The following is not going to be same. You're not going to have the same rambunctious environment and that same sort of cacophony around a tournament. It's a different thing. I mean, people who follow golf, it's almost like American football, like it's a house thing. Yeah, you support your team. Maybe something like an IPL format in golf can really pull people around. But I would say that one thing that this year it's been interesting with the partnership of the PGTI and the ABP network. You've seen golf being taken to more screens, and it all starts from home.
One more innovation which I guess golf can do immediately, and that'll go a long way. There's a reason why football and hockey have numbers and names behind their jerseys, and that's something even Test cricket, which is not exactly that popular vis-a-vis the white ball format, which has names and jersey numbers. It's because it relates a lot better to the people. They know exactly who they are watching in action, even from a distance. Maybe golfers going ahead can try and replicate that, pick their favorite numbers, have their names on the back. Makes it more identifiable for the even for the common people watching them. They know exactly, yes, there are very recognizable names in this Indian golf industry. But again, going forth, it's always better when you see a lot of people getting attached, because they are able to relate and they remember by name. Like numbers always gets rated. Jersey number 10, of course, we all know jersey number 10, whether it's in football or cricket or any for that matter. So maybe yes,
I think
going
that's
ahead.
a brilliant idea. I think if I'm planning to play the Q school in January just to test my skills against these young lads. You might see me wearing some sort of a jersey number 7. Nobody's stopping me from taking that number.
Yeah.
And said, let's have jerseys from now on. So there you have it. Thank you, Vivek, for getting that little bit of cricket into the game of golf.
Tanga Raja now, a little bit of trouble here on the 15th green.
Seems to be obfuscated by the trees. Where is Thanga Raja roaming around? We'll soon find out. He's being given company by co-player.
That is Akshay Naranjan right there with him on the side.
I think they're on the left side of that 15th hole. They would have tried to go for that green in one and found themselves in a spot of bother here.
That's exactly where
This
Ajitesh
ball can
was.
go in the hazard, mind you. If it doesn't stop, it should be fine. There's a hazard towards the back edge of the green.
That's exactly the position where Ajitesh was, and he made a birdie from there. And Ajitesh moved on to 13 under par, just 2 shots shy of the leader, Veer Alawat. It wasn't the best result that Akshay Naranjan was probably looking from there. And Tanga Raja's come on the green from where he was. And that is the Sri Lankan favorite, Mithun Pereira. So, in one side, we talk about physical fitness, and one side, we talk about just pure attitude, just lovely attitude towards this game. And that skims off, just coming off shy.
Also a true talent for the game of golf. At the end of the day, you can't quite replicate that. You can try and do everything else, but sometimes you just have pure talent for the game, and that's what Mithun does. And to be honest, Mithun does really work on his fitness as well. Has worked with different trainers. I know there was one from Australia, so he has tried to maximize himself. But at the end of the day in life, we have to sort of make the most of our own talents. Mithun, unfortunately, has never been a long hitter, but he's been very dominant. Even in the amateur ranks, he was phenomenal. Look at his round today. He shot a 3 under par. He's at 8 under par. So he's a player who maximizes his potential and plays well. As we have a look at Rashid Khan's round, we shot a 7 under par today. That's what I'm saying. These players, they cut from a different cloth. They're not mere mortals. They're fantastic. They really do go low. Look at Ajitesh Sandhu breathing down Veer Alawat's neck. It'll be a very interesting group to see as we look at Jamal on hole number 18, maybe going with a 3 wood here. High draw. That should be perfect for Jamal.
Maybe come
Not
up
quite visible where that
short
is.
and right. That looks like Yashraj Chandra with Jamal now going for the, or that can actually be Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Apologies. Yuvraj going for the green on the 18th now. He can easily reach the green from there. Maybe he's pulled it a bit.
Not quite visible where that has gone.
Oh, that's
That has gone where it's supposed to be, right at the flagstick. An arrow, a dart, a bullet. You may call it anything. It's a string on a line. Fantastic shot by Yuvraj.
that's a strength that Yuvraj has. These long irons that he can just pin it down to the flag.
I think that should move him to 10 under for the least. So 10 under at the end of 4 days. So he would see himself about 5 or 6 behind. As we have a look at Yashas, who's maybe leaked that a little bit to the right, it seems. Right at the flagstick, mind you.
Beautiful
Look at that.
shots,
So this is the standard of golf that we're talking about, a 570-yard par 5, and they've cut it down to size. Look at that. It's just like somebody hit shots from 100 yards.
Absolutely. And all three of them, even the first player, is just short of the green. So everyone looking at, I think, 100% birdie, if not eagles on this hole. Jamal also hitting it just short of the green.
That's what I'm talking about. The standard of golf has improved so much. These players, when they're on song, they really are. So Jamal Hussain would, in most likely, would move to 10 under par. So would Yuvraj, maybe somebody will make an eagle. Yashas is at 8. He could move at 10 as well. We only have their scores till 15, so we're not quite certain what they made on hole number 16 and 17. The 16 is a par 3, where these players would be going in with a 6 or 7 iron. The 17 is a little more tricky, to be honest, an uphill hole where par is a decent score. So not quite sure what they've done. We do know that at the top end of the leaderboard there is a real tussle. It's going to be a battle of the age for the ages. Thanga Raja is also joining the party at 12 under, and Kapil Kumar is at 12 under as well.
Now this group coming on to the 18th green with their fantastic approaches. All three of them. This is the group of Angad Chima, Mani Ram, and Sachin Bisoya. They're on the 13th hole just finishing up. Sachin Bisoya also having a very good round. He's 4 under for the day, 10 under for the tournament. And there's a putt by Sachin Bisoya on the 13th. Sorry, that won't be the 13th hole. That's probably the 16th hole. Back at the action with Aman Raj here. That's an eagle try by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. What a fantastic shot he hit on the 18th, and there is that was so beautiful. Just
That's painful to watch.
he can't believe his eyes. I mean, he would have counted that in all the way.
But the fact that he's able to hit such golf shots, it's astounding in itself. 230 odd yards and making it, flight at such a this thing. It's just fantastic the way he plays.
That's another eagle try here now. Yashas Chandra MS is here trying for his eagle. What a fantastic shot that he hit. Also after Yuvraj Singh Sandhu's.
I think it's really a great hole for these long hitters. They need to just stand on the tee and hit a high draw, get that ball anywhere towards the fairway, or even on the left side of the rough is perfect for them, gives them a good angle, and they've been able to utilize their length. Let's see if Yashas can make eagle here. Oh, that's rather unfortunate. Yashas also faltering on the green.
Nevertheless, easy birdie for them now, and they have moved on to 10 under and 9 under respectively. Jamal also with his try for a birdie. He's hit a beautiful chip from there and left himself with a 3-footer. Jamal will also move on to 10 under and finish his round 5 under for the day. Beautiful putt, great up and down, and a great round by Jamal Yuvraj. And Yashas. We have another player with a 7 under round finishing today, Pukrat Singh Gill, with 2 eagles in the back nine. That's very rare to see.
That's what I was talking about, that prodigious power that Pukhraj has. You see the 12th par 5, he's eagle the 15th, where he would have probably driven the greens up. It's a tremendous amount of power. And the 18th, he's bogeyed. Maybe he would have been 8 under at that point in time on the tee. So he's just showing the kind of game that he possesses. When I played with him, I thought, the question I asked him, why aren't you winning tournaments with that kind of game? And look, lo and behold, he's at 10 under par. Very tough to contain if you have length and you have direction. Nothing much left in the game of golf, to be honest. If you can hit 330 yards straight,
Absolutely.
I mean, that's just a piece of pie after that.
And the next group coming on 18th in the middle of the fairway is Angad Cheema, Maniram, and Sachin Bisoya. So they also have the power to get on the green in 2.
A little bit of a mix. Angad is a long hitter. Sachin maybe about 10 or 15 yards shy of him, a medium long hitter. Angad is almost one of the longer hitters, but like he's between a medium and a longest hitter. So he's about 290 yards carry. So he's also a long hitter. And Maniram obviously is, length of the tee is definitely not his forte. So he would be playing this hole as a 3-shorter. You can have a look. And that's how it's panned out. Maniram in the back left there, below that one level that you have to climb for the ball to clear that sort of 290 mark, that burn that comes towards the center of the fairway. Then you have Sachin Bisoya in the left rough. But should be interesting to view what happens here.
Yeah, I think it's a great finishing hole. Gives you ample opportunity to make a birdie and can be a turning point in this tournament. This back nine is proving to be a scoring area for all these players. Interesting to see what Maniram's going to do from there. I'm sure he's going to be laying up and leaving himself a comfortable yardage to set him up for a birdie with his 3rd shot.
Look at Maniram is going with a wood. I'm not sure if he's going for the green, is he?
No, he's definitely short.
But that's the accuracy that he has. That narrow space he's laid up there. He's laid up in a 10-yard space. So that shows you that he doesn't have the power. He definitely has the accuracy.
You got to play with your strengths, and that is his strength. Now Angad Cheema getting ready to go for the green.
Seems to be that he has an iron in his hand. It's definitely an iron. So it seems that he's going with a 3-iron. We can't quite discern. It's tough to tell if that's an iron or a hybrid.
And just behind them, Veer has made a birdie on the 15th. So
Coming out high, look at that ball flight, generating a lot of speed. And there towards the right of the green, about 8 to 9 yards right. And that's a decent place to be. From that rough, he'll have a straightforward chip shot. Veer has made a birdie on hole number 15 as well and moved to 16 under par. So it seems like there's no stopping this man. He's at 6 under par. So is Ajitesh. I think what is so amazing also about Ajitesh's play that even in Panchkula, he was playing similar sort of golf, just 6, 7, 8 under par. He's a figure of consistency. Blemish-free scorecard. What else do you want?
I think this is a dream scorecard for anyone, any golfer, with no bogeys and 6 birdies. How that's just amazing golf. That's just beautiful to look at that.
Flirting with disaster.
Did not come out as he would have expected, and he's gone into the water, and he went with the wood from that thick stuff. Probably the grass caught on the club, and the club face just turned over. He'll have a difficult time to save his power from there. Sachin having a fantastic round till now, but would not have wanted to go in the water on the 18th. He's been 4 under for the day, 10 under for the tournament. Maniram has put himself into a yardage that he probably likes, and he still has to wait for Sachin to take a drop from the water hazard and then move on to his fourth shot. Disheartening after a fantastic round that's going on to hit the water on the 18th hole.
Yes, I think he tried to bite off a little bit more than he could chew there. Money Ram seems to be in perfect position, but it's really surprising where he's laid up. There's just maybe a couple of yards left, and he would have found himself in the drink. But also, that's the kind of accuracy that he has. And I think he went with the rescue. It seemed like a rescue club, so a driver or a rescue and a three-wood. But that's his game, and that's how you play good golf. You stick to your game and you execute what you know. So accuracy seems to be his friend. M Dharma today has sort of stabilizes around 2 over for the day. Made a couple of birdies more on the back nines. That's good. He's hanging in there and he's fighting back. That's what you want. You can't always win each day, but you must try and claw back as much as you can.
With some of those holes where he had totally lost control, but he has definitely turned that around and shows the strong mindset that he has. And it could have been a disastrous day for him. 2 over, still salvaged. Let's see what Sachin does from there with his fourth shot now after taking a drop from the water. He would really like to hit that one close and give himself. Oh, and he's surely.
Look at that.
That's just amazing, man. That is amazing how they're going to save power from after hitting the water, and that's the kind of golf that everyone lurks to play.
Fantastic shot. So that'd be a par for Sachin. That's the hard way how to make par. And let's see the easy way to make birdie. Can he hit a similar shot? Mani Ram also very good from this length. Seems to be a good swing. And decent shot. Into about 4 feet right of the flag. A good attempt at birdie.
Generated a lot of spin from that distance. Wasn't very far.
Still discussing something. Not too sure what that is. All smiles. Angad Chima. Now, this is a part of the game that will really be tested. As I spoke, that this is a part of the game that he's not been exemplary at, and it's something that you would like to improve. Let's see how he contends with this shot. No wrist hinge, so as to speak. He's done really well. I think he's proven me wrong. He's worked a lot on that short game, and seems that he's executing it rather well.
And that makes him sit for a comfortable birdie there, which will move him to 8 under score for the tournament.
Well done, Angad. That was a good shot by you, downhill, and a little bit of rough to contend with. Angad, also a son of an army officer. I played a lot of golf growing up alongside with Angad. Fine young man. Good golf swing. Has been a professional for well over a decade. I think a career as a professional sportsman has its own perils. You really have to have, as I say, you have to have a calloused mind. You have to have a very strong mind to withstand a lot of uncertainty. I mean, there's no guaranteed paycheck. You can land up to every event, and you might not make cut. So the first thing you really need to know that this is going to be a life which is going to have peaks and troughs. It's not going to be consistent, and not for the faint of hearted.
Absolutely correct. Sports, any sport for that matter, is not for the faint of heart because it requires a lot of commitment to yourself, a lot of confidence on yourself to step up every week and say that yes, you can win the tournament or be there on the top.
Kshitij hitting a 3 wood. I think that's going to be the club of choice on this hole for a lot of players. It's a very narrow fairway, difficult hole. Akshay
also with a fairway wood.
Yeah, it's about a 35 yard fairway. I remember a few players would still try and go with the driver if they have a lot of accuracy in the back, but and this tee has been pushed back about 20 yards, maybe about 5 or 6 years ago. So the hole does play a little more difficult. Back in the day, we could hit a rescue and then sort of get some sort of a mid iron, but that's not the case anymore.
Oh, definitely a longer hole. It's 468 yards, and these guys going with a 3 wood, so they have the distance. They're not worried about the distance they're going to get on the second shot. They just want to be more accurate and keep the ball in play.
Exactly.
Maniram scouting that for his birdie. Beautiful pitch shot there. Right to left break on this. He just missed it to the lower side, would not be happy with it. He's also smiling about it. He did make it. Sorry, my apologies. He made the putt. Seemed like he missed it, but probably caught the lip and went inside.
Hence the smiles.
Sachin making and saving that fantastic par from where he was. I think that's what stands a professional and an amateur away, because even if they make a mistake, they can bounce back so easily. I mean, I was in that position. I'd be very happy to make that par.
Absolutely. I think that's a par that will feel really nice for Sachin after his troubles from that second shot. He'll be more than happy.
Another name that you see creeping up the leaderboard is N. Thangaraja. He's 5 under for the day. He's made 5 birdies with no bogeys today. That's just amazing golf there with him also. And that is Azhar going hard with the driver on the 17th.
Look at the 17th hole. You can see that steep embankment is staying short of that. And it's a very narrow target there, maybe all of 30 yards.
That's why you could see a lot of players coming out with their fairway woods to keep the ball in play. Thangaraja with his approach on the 17th now, a longer hole for par 4, but I'm sure it's no trouble for them. And he's on the putting surface, or just moving off. No problem, no trouble there.
This shows you good view of that 17th hole. That is where most of the players would lay up, just short of that slope. They were getting nothing more than a 9 iron, maybe an 8 iron at most, because they would be hitting the 3 woods with that downhill going almost about 280 and get about 150 yard shot from there in. That's Shitij on hole number 17. He's still waiting where he's hit a shot and he's hit it all over the flagstick. What a brilliant shot right there. That's how you do it.
Great look at a birdie just underneath the hole, would have a nice uphill right to left, suiting the eye of a right-handed golfer. And back on the 18th green view, just a few groups left on here on the 18th. And this is on the 17th. You can see Akshay Ranjan on the left-hand side. That's
That's another brilliant shot. So they're already surrounding the flag here.
I'm back on the 18th hole. You can see Ajitesh Sandhu getting ready with his second shot. I'm sure definitely he's going for the green.
Ajay Sandhu there on hole number 18.
Looked like he had a wood of some sort in his hand.
This would be an interesting shot. He's just short of that slope, maybe going with a 3 wood.
Beautiful swing on that, and great camera work on that one. He's left
Coming up a little short. Ajitesh, not the longest of hitters, but Ajitesh still hits that driver a decent distance. He carries it about 200 and between 280 and 275 yards. So the medium long hitter these days. That would still be considered a long hitter back in the day. He and Kapil are of almost similar distance off the tee. Both of them would be going with a 3 wood, it seems.
That is
Only the longer hitters can have the luxury of hitting a rescue or a 3 iron in this sort of inclement weather.
Azhar also going with a 3 wood on this 18th.
Yeah, my apologies, that was Azhar there. I think still a comfortable shot to go in with a 3 wood. Just leave it onto the right hand side, let it come back. You can see that he's also hitting from a slope which is right to left, so that aids his shot.
Started the ball well right. It's moving on to the left. Might be in the bunker, this one. Oh no, he's gone. Just short of the bunker on the left.
So yeah, showing you that it's not that easy to get there in two. They've given it two lusty blows, but unfortunately not reaching the green, but being in perfect position nevertheless.
Aman Raj, the third player, slightly longer hitter than the rest of them. Maybe has an opportunity.
I think all three of them, to be honest, are of similar length. Ajitesh maybe being a little longer, maybe might not have caught this one as much. He does have a little bit in the tank. Aman Raj, though, has worked a lot on his fitness and speed. Can't quite see where his ball is. Yeah, there he is. I think he would be laying up from there. Yeah, that is indeed a layup by Aman.
Rangaraja with his putt now on the 17th. Oh, hits the pin and just does not go in. What a great putt that was.
Thanga is also playing well. As we revisit the scoreboard, I'd like to tell you that Veer Alawat is leading the proceedings at 16 under par. We have Ajitesh Sandhu at 14 under par, and N. Thangaraja, who's 5 under for the day, is third at 3 under par. As we have a look at these players walking down hole number 18. Here at hole number 17, we have a look at Kshitij Navid Kaul, who indeed came out from the left hand side of the fairway. We had confused that shot with the other player. So how's the day been so far, Sid? Siddharth, like I've seen. So do you prefer Sid or do you prefer Siddharth? Please first tell me that. I think that's an interesting question as well.
I think Sid has been the prominent choice for a lot of people around me. And I think with love, whatever it is, doesn't matter. But yes, I've enjoyed this being on the commentary side of golf. Never thought that talking about golf for this long would be a choice rather than playing. But the more I'm doing it, the more I'm enjoying understanding the game from a perspective which is away, and looking at all good players of the Indian tour and also some international players. It's fun to see what might be going through their head and what kind of shots they like to play and the kind of game plan they have. So yes, I mean, I haven't got the opportunity to be on the golf course and follow the entire field together. Where right now I can do that, thanks to ABP for letting this happen.
I think So I think we'll stick to Sid as we friends here, and we understand that my perspective of this has been that when you're playing, you're right in the thick of things, and you're not able to analyze things from a person perspective. This gives you a good opportunity to see how these players are playing.
Absolutely.
And I think it's a fun way of looking at the game of golf, being able to see how the various players actually traverse and sort of contend with different conditions on a golf course. And obviously we really do love our viewers, and for those of you who are looking to follow us on the PGT app, please visit www.thepgtofindia.com. You can also visit our social media channels on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. And on the website, you get a schedule of events where the PGTI travels. You can also see the statistics, the tournaments, and so on and so forth. There's a treasure trove of information which is on offer, and I would encourage all of you to go on and head to www.pgtofindia.com.
Yeah, I mean, this watching golf has never been so much fun because we all have played the golf competitively and we really love to be there on the greens. But looking at these professional golfers making birdie after one after another, it's just so exciting. I mean,
We're also looking at the order of merit. Ajitesh Sandhu still leads at 48 lakh 45,000, followed by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu at 46 lakh 67,000, and close third is Manu Gandas at 42 lakh 52,000. So any one of these three players can theoretically still become number one. I think more likely that Yuvraj or Ajitesh would be the number one. Yuvraj would need to obviously win this tournament and depend on how Ajitesh plays. Now Ajitesh going for his third shot after we saw him hit that fairway metal. Look for this to be close.
it's a low spinner, but I think he's
Overshot that a little bit. A look at the other scores. We are allowed still leading at 16 under par.
Azhar now looking to get an up and down. He's in a good position there, just behind the bunker. The ball seems to be nicely sitting up, so he won't have any trouble with that lie. Probably can just get enough club underneath. Great way are receptive today, so the ball's not going to be running too much, hopefully, and he can drop it well in the green to stop it next to the pin. A nice soft touch to that, and he's done well with that. It came out slightly shorter than what he would have expected. And it's still a very makeable birdie opportunity, about 10, 15 feet.
Back to the tee here. Kshitij now with call on hole number 18, looking to unleash a long drive. I think he's done that to perfection. Strong young man, hits the ball a fair distance. Distance has become quite an important factor in these days. The modern game of golf, I think distance is the number one asset. First, you hit the ball long, and then you figure out the rest of the game. So, for all the weekend warriors, the part time players, and juniors, everybody who is just tuning in, I would say that if you're working on your game, try to hit the ball further. And if you can add a few yards to your game, you'll see that that will do you a world of good.
That's Aman Raj. Try for a birdie. He's gotten a little too aggressive with that one. I would have wanted it to be a little closer than that for his par. Azhar looking to make a birdie on that 18th hole. Azhar also a great player, played with him a few times. Very consistent. And that is why he's consistent. He made a beautiful putt for birdie on the last hole. That would not the best round for him today. Probably he was a 3 over earlier. He's made a birdie. He's going to move over 2 over for the day and 4 under for the tournament. We've seen Ajitesh again making another birdie on the 17th. That has moved him to 14 under. And this is for his birdie on the 18th.
Not to be.
And that's just slid by, and he's going to have a little bit of work left for his par. Nevertheless, a 7 under astounding round of golf by him. Absolutely beautiful round.
Yeah, a lot of low numbers today, as we had predicted, and the lowest we've just been updated. Rashid Khan has actually shot a 9 under par, not 7 under par. He's just been updated. So, as I told you, he shot an over par yesterday, and he is going to take vengeance on the golf course. Look at 9 under par is not even a career round. That's like my lowest round has been a 7 under when I was an amateur.
So,
So-
although it is playing a par 66, but he shot a 57, which is a crazy number.
And actually, it plays tougher because the birdie opportunities have somewhat been taken away. The par 4 has turned into a par 3. It's not easy by any measure. It's just fantastic. And you're playing. Instead of your regular 18 holes, I think we're only playing.
17 holes today.
Yes, we're only playing 17 holes. So he shot 9 under on 17 holes. So that's all the more commendable that making those many birdies.
It's a nice putt by Aman Raj on the 18th to clean up for his par.
Shows you that but that's something that I've seen with him even right back from amateur days. One day he'd shoot like maybe a 3 or 4 over, next day would be 6-7 under. So it's has that ability to come back, like very fantastic. He builds up on that. So it's a great momentum player, but has that ability to shoot those 8-9 under pars. Not easy at all. They're making this golf course look like it's there for the taking, but believe you me, if you go and play there, it's not easy. You can well shoot many over par rounds here as well.
Ajitesh now for his par on the 18th and an absolutely clean scorecard if he makes that with 7 birdies. And he missed that one.
That's very odd.
But that is absolutely odd. We would have made that. That makes him go back to 6 under for the day and 13 under for the tournament. That'll give some cushion to Veer Rawat because he's sitting at 16 under with a par 5 to go. Although he is in trouble on the 17th.
Just gonna test his short game skills here.
He's overshot himself and he has done wonderful. Okay.
I think he's done really well from there, hitting it to about 6 feet. Should be able to make that fantastic effort by Veer.
So if he saves that, he has a good cushion of 3 shots between him and Ajitesh Sandhu. And with a par 5 coming in and his length, that lead can actually move on to 4 shots.
That's precisely my point, that if you're in control of your game and you're hitting it long, Ajitesh, unfortunately, that's not expected. But that can happen, The good thing is that they're able to accept it and move on.
Yeah.
You do make errors. Sometimes you make long putts as well. So that's, those are the ebbs and flows of this game. But the kind of scoring that we've seen is unprecedented. Kapil Kumar has shot 1 under. You'd really be feeling that he's been left out of the party today, so as to speak.
Yeah, on normal days you would feel that this is something like a great score, but today it feels like a odd one out.
Some, lower down the leaderboard, you'll see Udyan Mane and Syed Saqib both have shot 7 under pars. It's almost, almost funny. the way they're playing, it's just fantastic. Look at that big drive by Kshitij now. It's called. We saw Ajitesh. He's good 20 yards by that. That's showing you the power that this guy possesses. Even with that unconventional method of playing golf, he's been able to belt out one massive drive well beyond 300
And
yards.
that looks to have started on line, slightly right and coming in. We don't know where it has ended up. He seems to be satisfied with his results because he moved on from not really thinking from there. Kapil Kumar now. On the 17th hole. Looking to get some magic here. We're not sure if this putt is for a birdie or for a par, but nevertheless, he is keeping everything in account and making sure that drains this putt.
Turn a little bit from his right to left. A little bit of uphill, so.
And he has made it. And this is a par putt by Veer Alawat. I mean, great chip from behind the green. Good show of skill. He would be very happy if he makes this putt. That'll keep him to the lead of 3 shots clear of Ajitesh Nandu and N. Thangaraja.
The leader group tomorrow would comprise of Veer, Ajitesh, and Thanga Raja at this current point in time. If depending on how Thanga Raja plays his last hole, but Ajitesh has made his own task a little difficult with that missed putt because now Veer would be 4 clear, 3 clear at least. Let's depends on this putt, to be honest. Let's not count our chickens before they hatch. This is a straightforward putt. I think there's no break in this, so as to speak. Straight firm should do it.
A little too firm, I think.
It's nothing. It's never too easy in this game of golf. So now with a 2-shot lead, let's see if he can make a birdie on the last. Ajitesh would be a little relieved to see that. That yes, 2 or 3 shot lead is still manageable. As we have a look at Thanga on the final hole, who seems to have laid up here and now hitting his third towards the green.
Little disappointed with his shot. What happened there? There's on the 18th, the leader group now finally. It's short stance, looks like Kapil Kumar.
Yes, it indeed does. You can see that left foot is bent a little inwards.
Surprising.
Inward,
Actually, most players keep it outwards to have more hip
that
clearance.
would generate a lot of torque on that left knee. Yeah, but obviously he sort of just comes out of that, and the left heel also comes.
Maybe
out,
that is the reason he actually likes to keep it close so he doesn't get too out of it.
Yes.
Akshay Naranjan. Now with his third shot on this 18th. It's going to be a good opportunity for a birdie for these players on the 18th. It's taking their time, making sure they don't waste this opportunity. It's a good shot. Left himself just short of the hole. Right to left putt for birdie. Kshitij now actually hit it to the right. So he'll have a chip from there on the 18th to get close to the hole. Again, a very unconventional way of chipping. He's done well. He's actually going to go in the hole. Oh, missed it. Hit the flag, and he's sitting comfortable birdie now. That was a good run up to the pin. Beautiful try from Kshitij. He's all smiles.
I'm certain that tomorrow the conditions would be a little different. The tour committee would maybe take to putting pin positions that are a little more difficult. Today has been quite inviting for the players, most of the pin positions being towards the front and center of the greens. And I expect to see difficult pin positions tomorrow. That will cause a change pattern of scoring that we've seen thus far.
Absolutely, and also with the sun coming out, and if it continues that way, there will be a little more firmer conditions on the fairways and also on the greens. So you might not see the ball stopping that early. Thanga with his birdie try, although he was very disappointed with his third shot, but there is still a good opportunity for him to make a birdie.
Taking from the right to left, it's a pretty makeable putt uphill.
This will give him a chance to. Oh, okay, this is just short. Did not really give it his best effort on that one. The Thanga still sits comfortably on the second position at 13 under par. This name also is. I'm seeing this name every week.
It's also another power player.
Thangaraja with a absolutely clean scorecard and 5 birdies. So 5 under for the day, 13 under for the tournament. They make it look so easy. Akshay Niranjan now for his birdie try. Missed it way to the right. Was expecting the ball to turn quite a bit, but it's a comfortable par for him. Not the round that he would have hoped for. Made a lot of bogeys today, and he is 3 over for the day and 4 under for the tournament. He's actually dropped 3 shots today, and that's a par putt for Kshitij Naveed Kaul. Good par, a good birdie, sorry, by Kshitij Naveed Kaul to end his round. Fantastic round of golf, and he would move on to 11 under par, 3 under for the day.
I think that's pretty much in it. All the players were within 5 shots. I think because of the format of this golf course, it'll be difficult to cover up more than 4 or 5 shots because everybody will end up shooting under par. Given the
At the leader group now, and
that is no, there's the penultimate group. Dharma M.
really eyeing his
No,
ball.
my
to the-
apologies. That is the leader group, and Dharma also having hit a long drive above that ridge. And we have a look at Veer.
He's like
It
sitting
seems
with
like
a
he's
mid iron.
yeah, it seems like he's almost here. Nothing more than a 5 iron for Veer. Look for this to be coming in at a very steep angle to the green. Launch that up, having a little bit of delay in. Oh, that's a
Great
fantastic shot. So that would be a birdie.
And get his 2 shots recovered.
Yes, his
ideally.
tournament is wide open as we speak right now.
There's only 4 shots at the moment, 3 shots in the top 5 positions that are.
I think who's anybody who is up till 9 under par. There's almost I think there are 5 players tied at 9 under par. Manu Gandas, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, Yashash Chandra, Maniram, Sachin Besoya, Udayan Mane, Syed. In fact, there are 7 players tied at 9th position. So a lot of competition, and all of these players have shot deep under par rounds. And I think Veer would move to 15 under par. And so all those players who are at 9 under par, if they can get off to a hot start on the front 9, maybe they have a chance. But realistically speaking, only the group who are at 10 under par or better can really exert some pressure on the leader.
A little bit of gallery walking with the final group.
Striding down the fairway is Veer Alawat, our leader. And for those of you who joined us, you joined us a little bit too late, but as they say, it's never too late. You joined us at the Pune Open Golf Championship 2022, being played at the Pune Club Golf Course, posting a prize fund of rupees 40 lakh. This tournament is currently being led by Veer Alawat. And in second position, you have the trio of Ajitesh Sandhu and Thangaraja from Sri Lanka and Kapil Kumar hailing out of Delhi. So interesting proceeding. Rashid Khan bagging the day's honors with a scintillating 9 under par round. So he's at 11 under par as well. So he's in the hunt, firmly in the hunt. As we have a look at M. Dharma, who's had a forgettable day, to be honestly. The 2 over par when everybody has been shooting under par. He's the only player out of the top 30 who finds themselves at over par for the day. In fact, as far back as 33rd position, they're under par round. So he's definitely the anomaly, and that start can be blamed for that round that he's had so far. Decent shot there by Kapil.
At least he has a birdie opportunity on the 18th now, or 2 under for the day. Looking at the rest of the scores, he would be thinking what golf course is he playing versus the rest of them. M. Dharma with his approach on the 18th. We really hope to make another birdie to get his round to 1 over par for the day. And he has hit a great shot there. Good chance for him to make a birdie on this 18th now. We're sitting comfortable for a eagle here, about 20-25 feet from the pin. What a lovely shot he hit here on the 18th. Would like to forget his mistake on the last hole of making a double bogey.
Veer putting for eagle, maybe all of 20 feet. This putt would be uphill and in the end maybe break a little bit to his right. All things considered, this is quite a makeable putt. Seems to have given it the correct speed, just about running out towards the right hand side, but that's not too bad. He would still finish the day with a 2 shot lead.
You would have hoped for a bigger margin, but nevertheless, a good birdie on the 18th. And let's see if the rest of the players, I mean, Kapil Kumar also sitting at 2 under for the day. He has a good makeable chance, a downhill putt.
I think all things considered, it's not too bad that he's still has a 2 shot lead. At least he was able to bounce back like a champion from that double bogey, and that's so important that players are able to bounce back when they make a mistake, and that is what sets them apart.
He really liked to keep his toes inside.
Yes. Let's see if that the ball follows suit and goes inside. And it
it
sure
does.
does.
Beautiful putt.
Fantastic birdie by Kapil Kumar.
That's a decent round of 3 under par. He would feel somewhat in the familiar zone with all the top players sitting at.
Yes, it's been a day of low scoring indeed.
Make this putt and somewhere be near the 1 over area. I mean, not definitely would have better with that start with 3 over in the first 2 holes. He's caught himself and brought himself back to this position.
We hope he makes that putt. It'll feel good, despite the fact that he's had his struggles today. If you can end with a birdie, you've sort of undone a lot of the damage. That's what is important, as we spoke about, that you don't completely let it go off the rails. You have to mitigate the damage and control, the round, and he's done so.
And I think that's it from the coverage of the third round at Pune Open Golf Championship 2022. And you were joined by Siddharth Arora, that is me, and Shaurya Singh, covering this tournament for you.
And our leader today in the clubhouse, Veer Alawat at 15 under par. You have second place Ajitesh Sandhu, and the international flavor being added by Thangaraja, who's coming in at tied second alongside Kapil Kumar. So interesting day of golf altogether. Kapil Kumar, my apologies, at second place position. Ajitesh and Thangaraja find themselves in third position. So a lot of low scores, a lot of low numbers, and I'm certain that tomorrow will be a lot more of the same. And we look forward to joining you again on this broadcast on the other side tomorrow. So please stay with us and till tomorrow. Take care and enjoy your Diwali.